Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. For those of you who are joining us virtually, we recommend that you use headphones for better sound quality. And for those of you who have arrived at the venue, please do proceed to the main ballroom. Please do proceed to the main ballroom and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still at the foyer area, please do enter the main ballroom and also please be seated as our event today will be started shortly. Good morning. We'd like to welcome our distinguished guests. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us at the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. For those of you who are attending this event virtually, we recommend that you use headphones for better sound quality. And for those of you who are here at the main ballroom, please do be seated. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, please enter the main ballroom, ladies and gentlemen, as our event today will start very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we do thank you for your participation at B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, please do proceed to the main ballroom. And for those of you who are at the main ballroom already, we would like to invite you to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to please be seated for those of you who are in the main ballroom area already. And for those of you who are still at the foyer, please proceed to the main ballroom as our event will start shortly. And for those of you who are attending this event virtually, we recommend that you use headphones for better sound quality. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, B20 Summit Indonesia 2022 will start shortly. Would like to have your cooperation. Please be seated as our event will start shortly. For those of you who are joining us virtually, we would also invite you to use headphones for better sound quality. And for those of you who are at the foyer area, please proceed to the main ballroom. And for those of you who are here already at the main ballroom, please be seated as our event will start very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we will start our event shortly, you are kindly requested to please be seated. You are kindly requested to please be seated as our event will start shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. We would like to welcome our honorary guests and our esteemed speakers and also VIP guests who have arrived at the main hall where the B20 Summit Indonesia is going to take place. And once again, welcome ladies and gentlemen to B20 Summit Indonesia 2020-22. For those of you who have arrived at the main hall, please do be seated as our event will be started very shortly and our ministers will arrive at the main hall. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly to please be seated as our event will start shortly and several ministers will enter the main ballroom. Thank you.
Welcome to Bali Nusa Dua Convention Centre, BNDCC. Your safety is always our first priority. It is essential that you are familiar with our emergency procedures in order to respond appropriately during an emergency. When you enter the building, pay attention to the nearest exit doors, emergency stairs and fire extinguishers. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In the event of an emergency such as fire, earthquake, bomb explosion, or tsunami is announced over the public address system or an emergency alarm is sounded, please remain calm and listen to the announcement. Please follow the evacuation routes and follow the instructions given by Emergency Response Team ERT personnel. If we are required to evacuate the building, please proceed calmly to the nearest safe exit and follow closely the instructions of ERT personnel to the assembly points. Please do not use the elevator. Use the nearest emergency stairs according to the evacuation route signs. If you require first aid, please do not hesitate to ask one of our ERT personnel. Now you are here at Nusa Dua Hall. Pay attention to the exit doors and evacuation routes. Thank you for your attention. Best wishes for an eventful day at BNDCC.
you all had to go back home because of the pandemic?
Yes.
All my classes are online now. I mean, I also have more time to play online games, but it's not the same as seeing you guys.
Man, I get it. I also miss being able to go to the temple with my family. They closed the one near my house for now. My next door neighbor are also afraid to go out. Probably because their old grandma lives with them.
Well, my dad decided to close his shop.
I'm so sorry. I'm late.
It's okay.
My dad's meeting ran over, so I couldn't use the laptop. What did I miss?
Ayu's dad closed his shop.
Look, my mom collect this cute sanitizer. And I'm sure a lot of people do. Maybe your dad can try selling ones online.
Yeah, everything can be sold online now.
Or maybe try to be a YouTuber.
You guys are amazing. You are stronger together.
We can be stronger together. Indonesia, the land of unity in diversity, where passion meets innovation, the land of opportunities for collaboration. Welcome to the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Selamat pagi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all delegates. Good morning and welcome to Bali, and welcome to the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022, advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. Can I have a big applause for this event, please? And we do really thank you for all of you for making it all the way to Bali, Indonesia. And once again, welcome to Bali. My name is Rory Ashari, and it is a great honor, great pleasure for me to be the host for today's packed agenda. And for your information, this event has followed the health protocols and COVID-19 regulations in Indonesia. All the speakers, all the guests, all the crew, including myself, have been fully vaccinated. And first and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for allocating time in your busy schedule to attend this event, both in person and also virtually. And before we get started with today's event, please allow me to extend a warm welcome to our guests of honor and also speakers. We are still expecting several ministers to arrive, but I would like to welcome and thank so much for their hard work. Mr. Arsjad Rasjid, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia. And Ms. Shinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia. Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu. Now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please also allow me to give you a bit of background of our event. That this event is hosted by the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia, to support the G20 theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The B20 Summit Indonesia 2022 embraces the theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. And this two-day summit brings together many prominent world leaders, more than 2,000 CEOs and senior executives representing leading multinational corporations. The B20 Summit Indonesia 2022 aims to stimulate enriching discussion between policymakers, business leaders, and thought leaders on driving innovation, ensuring inclusive growth, and also strengthening collaboration to improve global welfare and also prosperity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off our event, it is a great pleasure for me to call upon the Chair of B20 Indonesia to deliver her welcoming remarks, addressing B20 as the key driver of future economic growth. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Shinta Kamdani.
Wow, we're finally here. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our respected business leader, delegates from across the globe. Good morning to all of you who have made it your way here to Bali to join our B20 Summit today. Good afternoon and evening to all of you who are joining this session virtually from all over the world. I can imagine that our virtual participants are anxious to be here, that they can't be here in the paradise island of Bali in such close distance to beautiful sunsets, refreshing coconuts, and delicious seafood. First of all, let me start by thanking and welcoming government representatives, including head of states, as well as minister speakers, B20 International Advocacy Caucus members, B20 task forces, and Action Council members, representatives from multilateral institutions, and global business leaders from G20 countries and beyond. I have to be honest with you. When we took over from B20 Italy back in November 2021, we had so many ideas about what we wanted to achieve during our presidency. But nothing could have prepared us for the drastic changes in our global economy since then. We are now at a critical moment, one with the scale of the shared challenges we face is perhaps greater than ever. From the start, however, we were clear on the need for a more inclusive and collaborative global system. We were clear about the important role that business and the private sector could play in a better future. After a whole year of hard work, ambition, and exceptional effort by everyone at B20 Indonesia, during which we have faced unprecedented challenges, we have managed to materialize this vision. We have worked tirelessly, meeting with business, great and small, from all corners of the earth to achieve concrete and tangible outcomes in various shapes and forms. This obviously would not happen without collaboration among all of you who are present here with us. So I will give a big round of applause for everyone who has joined us today. Over the next 2 days, we will also explore these outcomes together. Our work the past year has been supported by more than 1,200 task force and action council members, as well as IAC members representing more than 15 industrial sectors. And I'm also proud to highlight that this year, 34% of the B20 members are female, demonstrating our continuous commitment at B20 to promoting women empowerment and inclusion. We take the global nature of this forum and our role in bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders very, very seriously. With the help of participants from all across the world, I'm delighted to share that we have collectively translated our priorities at B20 Indonesia into 25 policy recommendations and 68 policy actions. And I will be frank, this is a lot of pages. It would have been bad for the environment if we printed all of them. But fortunately, we put our B20 task force on the issue, and as you can see, we are mostly distributing this great content digitally. We started B20 Indonesia with a clear vision to advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. This priority reflected the state of our global community at the time. They were shaped by recent trends and events such as the pandemic, the rapid growth of digital transformation, the need for a more inclusive global value chain, the urgent need to boost climate action, and other key issues. We set this priority with equitable and sustainable growth as our North Star. True to the continued concept of B20, we have built upon the progress of previous B20 presidency. At the same time, we have also strived to push the boundary of our thinking, offering a fresh perspective and novel solution for specific challenges we wanted to address this year. We formulated 3 breakthrough areas: innovation for equitable post-crisis growth, inclusion for MSME and vulnerable groups for sustainable development, and collaboration across developed and developing countries for resilient and sustainable growth. We have strived to ensure that these priorities are reflected into action, and I want to underline, this is the year of actions. Indonesia has adopted and embraced monitoring KPIs that are relevant to these breakthroughs. We will continue to measure the achievement of this KPI to hold ourselves accountable and ensure continued and lasting progress. These breakthroughs are also in line with our overarching goal of pushing toward a better and more sustainable future. And we are proud to say that each of these policy recommendations support a set of Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG. Now, allow me to elaborate on these breakthrough areas that align with our main value. First, innovation. The recent pandemic has boosted the adoption of digital technology, and yet the benefit and opportunity it offers has not been enjoyed equitably, with some of us lagging behind. To recover faster and grow stronger post-crisis, we need to build the foundation for equal and robust access to enablers of innovating, unlocking the potential of underserved parts of the population. Second, inclusion. Despite great progress in recent years, there is still a tendency to view the global economy from the perspective of enormous multinational companies. Yet, the driving force of human progress throughout history has been the small businesses, innovators, and entrepreneurs at the local level. This is why a key priority of Indonesia B20 is to champion development which is inclusive of all stakeholders, including the medium-small enterprises, women, and other vulnerable groups. Last but not least, collaboration. The most pressing challenges we face today: climate change, pandemic risk, supply chain disruption, are borderless global issues. The pandemic taught us decisively that a threat to one is the threat to all. Thus, addressing the challenges demand well-orchestrated multi-stakeholder cooperation across industries, sectors, and countries, in particular the different backgrounds and socio-economic contexts between developed and developing countries, required different approaches and measures to bring out the best contribution from both ends. Now, just like the Spider-Man facing various villains from across multiverse, the world is facing many multifaceted issues and challenges, from the scaring effects of COVID to rising inflation to food and energy scarcity and the looming forecast of economic slowdown. Yes, the perfect storm is coming. However, just like the different Spider-Men were able to team up, combining their strength and covering each other's weaknesses, we should embrace the spirit of teamwork to solve this complex issue. No one country, no one company, and no one institution can fix this problem alone. And this is the spirit of Forum of the B20 and the G20, building and nurturing multi-stakeholder collaboration to address the challenges the world is facing today. We stand to ensure that our work is aligned and adequately considered in the G20 deliberation. We have also prepared the B20 communique. Yes, B20, we do have a communique. The policy recommendations to the G20. We hope that this is all will be adopted and we can continue to work together to implement them and achieve the progress we all strive for. We didn't, however, want to stop only at the recommendation. We also aim to translate them into tangible action from the communities we represent, driving progress and leaving a long-lasting legacy. So this year, B20 Indonesia has formulated 4 legacy programs spearheaded by the International Advocacy Caucus, our task forces and action councils, and the B20 Secretariat. Supporting them, our task forces have also produced 5 additional tangible outcomes this year. This is very specific commitment by many companies of the B20 countries. We are privileged to welcome a group of inspiring business leaders from across the world. I would like to conclude my remarks today to take a moment to introduce you to the lineup for the B20 Summit. We have keynote speakers and panel covering the B20 priorities addressing all global pressing issues, reflecting the emphasis we put on inclusivity in B20 Indonesia process throughout the year. I'm proud to highlight the diversity of our speakers and audience with us today. 100 speakers from more than 30 countries, 2,000 attendees in person, 2,000 attendees from more than 69 countries. This is definitely a new height in B20 history. Lastly, thank you all for committing your time to support our presidency, and for all of you for all the effort that you've made this past year. I would like to thank our sponsor, Task Force, Action Council, chairs, co-chairs, members, knowledge partner, network partner, who have contributed tirelessly and tremendously to our comprehensive outcome. But I also don't want to forget to all the security guards, the logistics team, the sound system and operation team at the back, volunteers from across Indonesia, and many, many others. This is really, truly our joint work together. I look forward to your active participation and engagement in this summit, driving conversation and discussion so that we can together realize our vision of achieving innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth across the G20. Together, as a global community, we can meet the challenges our world faces today. We can deliver the change that our planet needs, and we can build a better future of our children's generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shinta Kamdani, for the inspiring speech. Before moving on, I'd like to welcome several VIPs who have arrived. Mr. Mahendra Siregar, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Financial Services Authority, thank you so much for joining us. His Excellency Mr. Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Also, thank you, Pak Menteri, for making the time. If I may make a summary about what Ibu Shinta have beautifully said to us, ladies and gentlemen, what makes us prouder is that 34% of the B20 Indonesia's Task Force Action Council members are female. And this demonstrates continuous commitment on women's empowerment and also inclusion. And with the help of participants from all across the world, B20 Indonesia have collectively translated the priorities into 25 policy recommendations and 68 policy actions, and those all are distributed digitally to save the environment. All right, let's now move on to the next speaker to convey the voices and aspirations of private sectors. It is my pleasure to call upon the chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia, and host of B20 Indonesia, Mr. Arsjad Rasjid.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam sehat untuk semua. Honorable guests and your excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, allow me to welcome you to the 2022 B20 Summit Indonesia. I am thrilled to see so many of you joining us today, both in person and virtually, from all over the world, especially after 3 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is the first time that Indonesia has hosted the B20, and as such, we are deeply honored by your presence and participation. As you know, the B20 was first convened in 2010 as a channel through which to voice the aspiration of the global business community. At the same time, the world was a brighter and more optimistic place. Today, the mood has darkened. This year's B20 Summit takes place amidst intensified geopolitical turmoil, as well as concerns that globalization has failed to affect equitable gains. Not to mention the undeniable challenge of climate change, which is perhaps the most pressing of all. Hence, the focus of this year's B20 Indonesia prioritizes, as already elaborated my good friend Ibu Shinta just now, namely advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. These three priorities have spatial resonance for Indonesia. As a country of great diversity and sharp contrasts, our history has taught us that if we do not work together, we will fall apart. Today, we are challenged to act together. We must collectively come together to support this fragile economic recovery and ensure peace and prosperity for all going forward. We must dare to step out of the old ways of doing things and innovate, not only in terms of technology, but also in the way we work together, in our mindset and our policies, for we face new challenges and must create new solutions accordingly. Solutions that yield not growth alone, but inclusive growth. The past decades of globalization have driven productivity gains and yielded incredible prosperity for certain segments. But there is no denying that not all segments of society have benefited equally. Grievances are flaring around the world, and those on the short end of the stick are losing hope and giving way to despair. We must address such structural inequities now if the youth of today are to inherit a brighter tomorrow. And there is no question that we must fashion innovative solutions to accelerate inclusive growth in a manner that is environmentally sustainable
and collaborative across value chains. The effects of climate change are being felt around the world, from rising sea level to ravaging drought, often hurting those who have the fewest resources to mitigate the effects. In the face of such enormous challenges, we must act. We are called upon to use what influence and impact we individually have, so we can collectively achieve the aim of inclusive and sustainable growth. As a basic framework, I propose this great work should be guided by the desire to safeguard and advance what we call 5 Ps. Peace, prosperity, people, planet, and partnership. Peace is a prerequisite to any stability. Without peace, any other efforts are futile. Governments worldwide must act to ensure peace as the basis for all other efforts. Prosperity, by doing our best to ensure that all individuals can access sufficient resources for a decent standard of living. People, by giving all individuals a chance to live a dignified life and contribute in accordance with their abilities. Planet, it goes without saying that our health and well-being, our very existence is intimately tied to the preservation of our planet. And finally, partnership. As a way to accelerate inclusive growth through collaboration so that we can achieve all these P's without leaving anyone behind. Together, the list of 5 P's may seem daunting, yet I truly believe that our collective action can make a difference. Throughout the year, I have seen the various B20 working groups come together on vastly different topics, bridging differences to come up with innovative and outcome-oriented proposals as to how we can move forward together. The tone has been wonderfully collaborative overall, a note of hope in an increasingly divided world that collectively action is still possible. It speaks to deeply held Indonesian values of inclusivity and collaboration, which in my view has been the key to our country's stability and progress. From the rainforest to metaphors, Indonesia faces the challenge of merging age-old tradition with modernity for inclusive and collaborative growth. And let me say, we are an incredible, diverse country. We have 5 major faiths, more than 700 languages, 1,300 tribal groups, and 17,000 islands. If you have the time after the B20 Summit, please stay and explore our country. In the meantime, I hope that the B20 Summit experience will give you a glimpse of Indonesian values in action. For those of you here in person, I would like to invite those of you here to explore the mezzanine floor of this building, where we have laid out Indonesian values through the lens of the B20 theme, namely innovation, inclusivity, and collaboration. Innovation, as represented by the Web3 KADIN verse on display. Inclusive in the form of the diverse traditional foods in the KADIN lounge. And of course, all these made possible through the gotong royong or mutual inclusive collaboration of sponsors and partners that has made the B20 Summit 2022 possible, and by your participation. Once again, we are deeply honored by your support. Over the next 2 days, I hope that all of you here will have a chance to engage in stimulating conversation, panels, thought leadership, and more on how we can achieve these 5 Ps. Your presence here alone speaks to the possibility that we may do more together. With that, let the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022 begin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rasjid, and several points to point out from your speech that we must come together to ensure peace and prosperity for all, and we must dare to step out the old ways and innovate, not only in terms of technology, but also in the way we work together, in our mindset and our policies. And we must come with solutions that yield not only growth alone, but also inclusive growth that is also environmentally sustainable and collaborative across value chains. And another point to highlight is that Mr. Rasjid also proposes that our collective and collaborative growth, it requires 5 Ps, which are peace, prosperity, people, planet, and partnership. So thank you once again very much for the inspiring speech, and would like also thank our sponsors, without whom this event wouldn't be possible. We would like to thank our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energy Tbk, Sinarmas. We would like to thank also April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Indonesia Financial Group or IFG, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk. Would also thank Lipo Group, Permata Bank, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Sawit Sumbermas Sarana Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park. And last but not least, we would also thank Adaro Indonesia, Jarum Foundation, and also PT Grab Teknologi Indonesia. And one of the most important points that was pointed out or conveyed by Mr. Rasjid once again is 5 Ps, that if we want to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth, they should be guided by the desire to safeguard and advance 5 Ps, which are peace, prosperity, people, planet, and also partnership. And it is also interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Shinta Kamdani earlier also pointed out important point that there are 3 breakthrough areas that were formulated, which is innovation for equitable post-crisis growth, inclusion of MSMEs and vulnerable groups for sustainable development, and also collaboration across developed and developing countries for resilient and sustainable growth. And this was portrayed very beautifully with the portrayal of Spider-Man and his partner. So thank you so much also for Ms. Shinta Kamdani. And she also said that, considering the recent situation in the world, and also considering the post-pandemic situation, a threat to one is a threat to all. And ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the preparation stage for our first discussion. This will be talking about something really interesting, aligning the role of business with G20 priorities to recover together and recover stronger. And we will be having Andini Effendi as the moderator for this session. It is very pleasure, Andini, to meet you again. And we look forward to learning the insights and also to gain experience and also information from you and the ministers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022 also formed 6 task forces and 1 action council that have been established to address the world's most pressing issues. This is really important for us to understand that there are hope to safeguard the global recovery and ensuring that the growth is both inclusive and also sustainable. And B20 Indonesia has also made great strides in driving ongoing collaborative efforts to develop concrete and actionable legacy programs. For your information, there are a total of 4 B20 legacy across 3 key focus areas, namely green transition, economic inclusivity through digital transformation, and also equitable access to healthcare. And these 4 B20 legacies we will be discussing, and we will dig deeper later on today after the break. And I think we are ready now for our first panel discussion. So without further ado, I would like to invite Andini Effendi and all panelists to please come on stage and start the discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, and also Mr. Mahendra Siregar, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Financial Services Authority. We are, though, still waiting for Mr. Budi Sadikin, the Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, and last but not least, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Andini, please, take it away.
Thank you, Pak. My mic should be on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to start the first session that will set the stage for the whole summit. And we want to focus on what do the governments expect from business leaders and communities to contribute, and how both governments and business communities can enhance cooperation, or as we say in Bahasa Indonesia, gotong royong, which is the principle of our society. And each speaker will share from Indonesian experience, and then they will also share on how we can apply this on a global scene. The 3 main pillars of the G20 Indonesia's presidency: global health architecture, and then sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. As we're still waiting for 2 other ministers who will join us shortly, let's begin with Minister Tasrif. We'll talk about sustainable energy transition first, Pak, to begin with. We're talking about having a just, orderly, and affordable energy transition as the path of our economic growth. So how can we work together? We're with all the business communities here to achieve this vision.
Thank you. Thank you, Andini. Thank you, Andini. As this G20 carry 3 issues, as you mentioned, one of them is the energy transitions. Well, we conclude in our energy transition ministerial meeting to agree on the 9 basic principles of Bali Compact. These 9 basic principles is principles which contains of how we are going to assure the transition process by doing such efficiency of energy, and also the role of the renewable, and also the role of finance, availability of technology, and also the research and development. And also, G20 members already state their target to achieve net zero emissions. So this will make more easier. This is what we call it demand. Huge demand to be achieved in the period of net zero emission target. And of course, in order to achieve this target, we cannot work alone. We need the participation of the business community to participate with that. Technology is playing a big role. Recently, only 50% of the technology which is available to be used. But we need furthermore. To carry the transition, it needs huge amount of budget, 131 trillion, according to the IRENA. So this kind of amount have to be collected together among the financial resources, financial institutions, and then has to be distributed to all those countries which are not the developed countries, but also the developing countries and less developed countries. So this is a must that we have to work together, yeah, in order to achieve these things. The aligning is there, program is clear, but the availability of resources is mandatory required.
So we do have a strong position as a country.
Well, as Indonesia itself, we are blessed. We are lucky. We are blessed with many kind of energy resources. We plan to build our electricity capacity 500 gigawatt in the year 2060. We have a potential of a couple thousand of renewable potential. What we need is the availability of technology, the industry which support this kind of technology, and the financial availability. And we also have some other materials, minerals, for instance, that we can, which can support the transition process itself. We can share, of course, but this time we are asking the collaboration between the business sectors, how we process together these minerals, and help also our country to create more jobs, make value on it, and then we share this product for global market.
Very well. I'll come back to you again, Minister. But let's go to Chairman Siregar. The B20 Indonesia has voices out the importance of improving the access to affordable and suitable sources of financing. We're talking about a net zero world. I would like to have your insights regarding this issue. Is it still possible, is feasible to achieve this?
Thank you, Andini. First of all, let me say this. While in the past, of course, the governments, the leaders, including the G20, provide guidance, leadership, and commitments in addressing the global problems. But now I think it's clear the big elephant in the room is geopolitical tension. So as much as we would expect or hope or wish business as usual, that leaders of governments produce solutions, commitments, and guidance, leadership for global problems, but I think it would become more and more difficult. So it would be the business communities now that have bigger role, bigger opportunity, but bigger responsibility to overcome this situation with your network, with your coverage that possibly, if not the same, even more than your respective governments. So please understand, we are in this new reality of global system. Now, with regard to the sustainable finance, there is another new reality. What we expected in the past, that the big fund, financial resources that should come from the developed nations to the developing nations, obviously with the global slowdown and financial challenges that faced by the developed nations this year and years ahead, we would not expect that also to be materialized. So this is the new reality. While the financial resources that should cover the need of the world, especially developing nations and emerging economies, to address the issues of climate, the issues of poverty, inequality that expected to come from the north to these countries is now very much won't be the case. With that in mind, so what should be done by the developing nations? The developing nations have to align its global climate commitment in the form of the NDC, National Determined Commitments, to be part of their national sustainable development goals and national interests. If this take place, so despite the financial resources difficulty coming from the developed nations, the developing countries still will be able to achieve the targets because it is very much in line with its own national interests. With regard to Indonesia, I can share with you that we have already undertaken all the steps that were provided and decided by the finance track of the G20, including we are now in the process of exiting from the pandemic climate era to be part of the post-pandemic position. But at the same time, we have to deal with the scarring effect of the sectors, of the industries, of the geographical areas that still very much affected by the pandemic. So that is number one. The second one, we have improved a lot our financial literacy and financial inclusion from what we were 2-3 years ago. So we hope we would continue this progress forward in such a way that it would become the solution for us according as the priority of the finance track. And the third, we are going to maximize the digital transformation that are now available, including Indonesia, to be part in solving the development and sustainable development problem of itself. So I think we are going to undertake steps, policies, and instruments that would require for Indonesia to be very much solving its own problem, but at the same time could become the lesson learned for other developing nations how to deal with its problems despite the global challenges and geopolitical situation that I mentioned in the beginning. Thank you, Nadine.
I think it's interesting to talk more about the new realities and how business leaders and communities can play a bigger role, because since they're on the grassroots, the operational side of it. But let's welcome to our two other speakers who are already here with us. Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Budi Gunadi Sadikin. Pak Budi, please join us. And then also Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Pak Sandiaga Uno. Hi, Pak Budi. Sorry, telat ya. Welcome. Okay, very well. Let's get down to business since we're with the business communities. time is very much an asset here. So Budi, let's talk to you about the global health architecture. We see how a strong and resilient global health system and also the importance of expanding the global manufacturing and research hubs to prevent the next pandemic or other health issue that we can experience together. So what should the businesses take part to play the role, a bigger role, I guess, to
Sorry, my deepest apology. I was late because last night we stayed with Ibu Sri Mulyani until 12 a.m. You know, what do you call it, 0.00, because of the joint finance and health ministers meeting. And I'd like to share with you what our Indonesia health sector has achieved in the G20 presidency and what are the business opportunities for you. The first one, we with the Ministry of Finance, G20, achieved to establish the Global Pandemic Fund. 1.4 billion US dollar has been pledged from 24 institutions. Clear result. And this is the largest fifth ever in World Bank has ever created. So hopefully in the next 5 years, 10 years, it will increase the size of the fund to 10 billion US dollar, which is the gap annually. 10 billion US dollar annually, which is the gap that is needed to prepare the world from the future pandemic. What are the business opportunities for you? 10 billion US dollar in health sector. So start investing in health. So the second deliverables that we achieved. We also discussing while we finish the uses of fund, we will operationalize in the next year how the uses of fund. Because different with financial crisis, IMF can jump in and give the money to the balance sheet of the country, it's done. You only need the money. In health crisis, money is not enough. Indonesia have money, we don't have access to vaccine. We don't have access to therapeutics. We don't have access to diagnostic tools. So we have to translate money into emergency medical countermeasures. So that is what we have agreed, the mechanism globally. So access to this medical countermeasure will be just, will be equal. Will not only, like before, the rich country get access first. The poor country will have access at the end. So again, what are the business opportunities for you? Then business for emergency medical countermeasures, which is diagnostic, vaccine, therapeutics, or medicine, will growing very, very fast globally. So again, invest in health. The third deliverables is we understand that our enemy is not human being. Our enemy is pathogen, can be bacteria, virus, or parasite. So these pathogens need surveillance system. Like when you are being attacked by alien out of the country, globally all countries will link the radar system so they have a great surveillance if the enemy is coming from outside the earth. Now the same thing happens, we need to strengthen and link our radar system for pathogen. We call it a genome sequence lab. The lab that can identify whether the new pathogen arise in Indonesia or in Africa or in South America, but we need to link this lab of some pathogen is found somewhere else in the world. The genome sequence information can be shared quickly globally, so the best brain in the world, the best scientists in the world, can work on the diagnostic tool, on the vaccine, and on the medicine. And we agreed on that one. And what are the opportunities for you? This is an opportunity for you to move into biotechnology, because this is the biggest threat of humanity. So people, the government will politically be pushed to spend into this sector. The fourth agreement that we have achieved, we understand that during the pandemic, the problem is, or the response is, you stop the movement of people. Because when you stop the movement of people, you stop the movement of the virus. That is the very basic health minister response. You know, when you do it, when you stop the movement of people, you stop the movement of goods. When you stop the movement of goods, you stop the movement of money. When you stop the movement of money, you create social issues. You only have health issue, you create social crisis. When you have social crisis, you have political crisis. So now we also identify these issues and we realize, hey, health ministers, when we have another pandemic, we understand that to stop the spreading of the virus, we have to limit, not stop, the movement of the people. People that carry emergency medical countermeasure, emergency goods like energy and food, they still have to move around. The pilot, the ship's crew, those are the people that need to be moved around. So let's have a digital health certificate acknowledged by WHO. If you have been vaccinated or tested properly, then you can move around. So for the next pandemic, instead of stopping the movement of the people 100%, which clogged the economy globally, you know, you can still provide some movement of the people. Indonesia has achieved, G20 country has agreed to have this digital certificate using WHO standard, and we will submit into the next World Health Assembly in Geneva as the revision to international health regulation. So hopefully for the next pandemic, we can still see some movement of the people, some movement of the goods, and movement of the economy. The number 5, the last thing that we have achieved in the health minister meeting of G20, we have agreed, especially in the southern G20 countries. The south of Africa is South Africa. The south in Asia is Turkey, you know, Saudi Arabia, India, and Indonesia. In South of America is Brazil and Argentina. 7 countries in G20 has agreed. We need to redistribute the capability of research and development and manufacturing for vaccine, therapeutics, and diagnostic tools. Because it is scientifically wrong and ethically wrong, you know, only to concentrate the treatment on a certain region. Because you cannot, you know, stop the spread of the virus only in one country, because the virus spread all over the world. So it's scientifically wrong. If you believe, I will vaccinate my country only and I will be safe. Unless you can limit the movement of 8 billion people in the world, then you can do it. But it's impossible, right? And it is, more importantly, is ethically also wrong. So, ladies and gentlemen, huge opportunity in health. I will close it with my statement. Indonesia GDP cost per capita, health spending per capita is only $112 US. And our average life is 72 years. Malaysia is 432 with average life 76. US, average life 80 with $10,000 US per capita. So let's see, Indonesian people population are aging. In the next 5 years, we become like Malaysia, 72 to 76, with the same healthcare system efficiency, which is we are not. Then our health cost per capita will increase from 112 to 430, $300 US per capita. You multiply by 270 million people, that is an 81 billion opportunity upside. If we go to the US level, 11,000 or 10,000, you name it, 10,000 times 270 million, it will be 2,700 billion US opportunity. So you pick your country when you do the future investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. Minister Sadikin, just a follow-up on your last statement. So you mentioned that the enemy now is not human anymore, but is a virus, but also the enemy of investors and business communities is uncertainty. How can we ensure them, again, to pick the right country to invest, especially there's an opportunity in the health industry, that the government will make sure, will guarantee that their investment is secure?
I'm a banker for 30 years. I'm only health minister for 1 year and 9 months. So, but I can share with you. I do understand when you try to direct investment or procurement, that you can be sued in WTO. But I can assure you that if it is a government procurement, that you are safe. So for Indonesia, Pak Jokowi is very, very clear that for every government procurement, we will buy from the company that produce in the country, because under WTO rule is safe. And by the way, I don't know whether some of you coming from defense industry, yeah? But I can share with you, you're asking, what is the biggest enemy of human being? You know, the biggest killer of natural disasters, if my memory is correct, is a flood, Yangtze River flood in 1930s, killing 4 million people. The biggest war, so fighting between human and human, is World War II and killed 50 million people. You know the biggest accident or war or disaster that killed most people historically is pandemic. Black Death in 1300 killed around 150 to 200 million people. So if you believe, businessmen, that you have to invest, you can spend trillions of US dollars in defense industry, assuming that the biggest enemy of humanity is human, then you are wrong. Historically, human death, the most coming from pathogen. So if I say this, I believe that all reasonable businessmen will start investing on health sector, because they kill most of the people. It's very close to my heart. So then start investing. I know that you still have to invest in tourism and energy, but prioritize health. And by the way, I'm a banker, I'm managing wealth. No, I'm managing health. I can assure you, the best wealth is health. So consider to change your profession. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Minister Uno. So, Pak Sandi, we always want to have an inclusive, empowering, and sustainable digital ecosystem. But how to ensure this digital-ready mindset for individuals? And also, you deal a lot with micro, small, medium enterprises, which is the backbone of our economy. So how can we ensure that they all involved in this?
Thank you, Chairman Arsjad, for inviting me, and welcome to the wonderful Indonesia, the island of paradise of Bali, for participants of B20 from all around the world. I have been an investor for 25 years and also become a minister exactly a year and 10 months. So my mindset, my DNA is entrepreneur. So when you look at digitalizations within the tourism and creative economy. By the way, tourism and creative economy is a business of happiness. So when you have a pandemic, it's basically where the heart does hit of all sectors. We're seeing a catastrophic downturn never seen before in the tourism industry. We were down 80% in 2020 and even further down 75% in 2021. But thanks to all the hard works of Indonesians and the leadership of President Jokowi, we're able to recover, and this year, through digitalizations, through the support of micro, small, medium enterprises, we're able to add, we're on track to add 1.1 million new jobs and better quality jobs compared to the pre-pandemic numbers. And although we're not seeing yet the number of investments in this sector, I'm quite confident that within the next 3 to 5 years, we're able to attract between $6 to $8 billion of investments in the tourism and creative economy sectors. And if you guys don't invest, I will invest myself. Seriously, I think it's so big, the opportunity and the impact to communities is huge in terms of tourism and creative economy is hitting on all 17 sustainable development goals. You name it. Every sector is from culinary, crafts, fashions, to hotel, restaurant, and cafe. It's been the backbone. When you were in Bali 2 years ago, it's like a ghost town. But now you come to Bali, you are almost fully digitalized here in Nusa Dua. When you walk into any hotel, now it's standard procedures, you have to log in to Peduli Lindungi. Except the Minister of Health passed me, he did not check in because he was in a rush. I was waiting and I want to show to him that I'm cleared, but he's rushing to be here. But anyway, that's besides the point. So that's digitalization. Another digitalization is crowd control. Now, thanks to technology and digital, we can identify destinations that are ready with the certifications of cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability. We're very, very serious on this standard, and we're struggling because we're not yet over the pandemic. During these transitions, after 2 years, we're in hibernations, concerts is almost sold out within less than 1 hour. And some events organizers are tempted to sell beyond capacity that is being sanctioned by the government. So with technology, you now can see which concert is better managed so that you will not have, knock on wood, situations like we see where concerts is overflown and overcapacity that is risking everybody's life. And the same with digitalizations with regards of reservations. In the past, tourism and creative economy workforce focused on reservations, but now with technology and digital, it's now shifted to become product reviewer, to become influencer, YouTuber, and a lot of new jobs are being created. So I guess we are not only recover together and recover stronger, I think with digitalizations, with green economy, with better global health architecture, we're gonna recover better.
Okay, let's talk about the new realities that Chairman Siregar mentioned earlier, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. This is an open question, and new speakers can answer. So we are facing the new realities now, which we have a global economic slowdown, and then we're still in the midst of the pandemic, even though it's getting better. And we see the roles of the developed nations as they're having their own issues. We need to step up our game as emerging markets. So since we're talking about with the business communities here, what are the creative ways they can contribute, and what do they need to know regarding these new realities and to be able to gotong royong, to be able to cooperate together with the governments of the G20 nations? Please, Chairman.
Yes, I think what we have heard just now is very clear. While in the past we talk about think locally, act globally, but this time bring global solutions to solve local problems. We have the capacity and ability to identify what are the problems of the local situations and then identify and bring in the global solutions. Now, the challenge is, of course, how to facilitate, regulate, and provide policies that make things happen. These are what we have achieved in the G20. But, of course, we have to translate it into real day-to-day operation. With regard to the financial services, this is the challenge to a certain extent. How could we provide regulatory environment, supervisory process with regard to the cross-border transactions that would allow the possibilities of the solutions coming in. But this is where the digital transformation, the issues of international support, would come in. So I think this is more how we capitalize the presence of the solutions and, of course, the network of the global business in solving the local problems. So do not just rely on global governance commitments, which I said in the beginning would become even more difficult in the coming years because of the geopolitical tension. But focus on the solutions, identify the focus on the problems, identify the solutions, bring in them to the countries, and let us facilitate it. And this is where Indonesia is going to be one of the model in making this happen. The health sector already doing it, the digital creative economy already doing it. Now the financial services will facilitate that as well. And I think we will come to a lesson learned context of Indonesia that can certainly bring others some examples. Thank you.
Minister Tasrif.
Well, in order to accelerate the transition process, of course, government, we have to prepare such kind of a good policy in order to attract more investment to Indonesia. I fully agree with my colleague Pak Budi mentioned that health is very important. But I may say that no health there is if there is no energy. No tourists if there is no electricity. So, I would like to convey also the message that in order to accelerate the energy mix in our system within this 10 years, we plan to build 22 gigawatt of renewable in our system, and then estimately it will cost $50 billion. So this is a new opportunity for the business community to come. And besides of that, also for the long term, we need to build our transmission. Indonesia is the biggest archipelagic country in the world. We have to connect it with the energy. We have the energy itself. Yeah, we have to utilize our own source, and then we have to cooperate with you, all the business people.
Very well, Pak Budi.
I see my, we just passed the crisis, and hopefully the global crisis will end very, very soon. But talking about crisis, I just noticed I saw my mentor, my teacher, Pak Agus Martowardoyo sitting there. He is ex-CEO Bank Mandiri. When I was there during the biggest financial crisis in the country. And I can tell you, during that financial crisis, which is a big crisis like current crisis now, I met with a Western banker, and he said to me, Budi, you have nothing left on your right side of the balance sheet, and you have nothing right on your left side of the balance sheet. And it took me 30 seconds to really understand what does it mean, you know, even as a banker. But then I talked to another Asian banker. He said, oh, Budi, yes, understand, this is a financial crisis, a big financial crisis for Indonesia. But remember, the word crisis in Chinese, my apology if my pronunciation is not as good as the native Chinese like Pak Frankie, but crisis in Chinese is Wei Qi. Two Chinese character, Wei and Qi. The first character Wei can be paired with another Chinese character, Wei Xian, which means danger. So every crisis has a danger component. But the second Chinese character, Qi, can be paired with another Chinese character, Qi Hui, that means opportunity. So, when you have a crisis, most of the regulators like me see from a dangerous angle. But I believe most businessmen like you should see this as an opportunity. So this is the time to invest. Invest in energy, invest in tourism, invest in my friend's business from Phoenix in mining, because I saw them also sitting there, Kathleen and Richard. But you have to allocate your portfolio properly. Invest most of the money in health sector. Thank you.
Minister Uno.
I'm so captivated by Health Minister. I want to invest in health sector also. Anyway, Indonesia's ranking in the World Economic Forum in the tourism development have jumped 12 positions, and that has never been done in the past. So that was done during the last 18 months of the pandemic. We went into a whole series of analysis why we moved up past Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Hopefully those countries are not present here. And actually, the reason have been on two fronts. First, President Jokowi's prioritizations on 5 super priority destinations. And second, on inclusivity, meaning that tourism have been enabled the sectors to include micro, small, medium enterprises, and we have 64 million micro, small, medium enterprises, contributing to about 97% of the jobs. And also, we have been the sectors that includes women and also young generations in all of the sectors, millennials and Gen Zs. So when we saw that, I quickly made a couple of changes, very strategic changes. Now in my ministry, it's the ministry with the most women in the leadership positions, having 4 deputies out of 7 deputies. Where are the women? I'm not here. Mana suaranya nih perempuan nih? See all the women. Why are all you sitting in the back? You should be up front, like in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Second, to women and youth, we've been able also to focus on linking the creative economy. And now Indonesia's is 3rd in terms of contributions to GDP. The creative economy contribute close to 7.5% to GDP, making us only 3rd after the US with Hollywood, country musics, Korea with K-pop and Korean dramas. And now Indonesia is number 3 in the world in terms of contributions to GDP, because we have when Korea have Korean dramas, they have drakor, we have drahor, drama horror. We are so good in making horror movies. Indonesians' ghosts are very scary. Try tonight in some of the destinations that offer this type of tourist experience. Second, we have also, when Korea have K-pop, we have D-pop. And D-pop stands for Dangdut Koplo. This is the only music that makes Bapak Presiden, Pak Jokowi, can move a little bit during the National Independence Day celebration. So I believe inclusivity and bringing more of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, all the 3 pillars of the G20, which is the digitalizations, on the health issues as well as sustainability. I want to close with sustainability, Mbak Andini Effendi, if I allow. We are responsible of 8% of global emissions, tourism and in particular the tourism sector. Why? It's because the travels. You guys travel from New York, from Phoenix. You know, it's contributing a lot, and that's 50% of the 8% that we contribute to global emissions. So we are hoping with digitalizations. Now we are offering with carbon footprint calculator. I've already calculated when you travel from New York, you have, if you travel business, you have to plant 64 mangrove trees. 64 mangrove trees. And you can do that in the Indonesia.travel website or our partner, Gojek Tokopedia with jejak.in. And you could do it yourself here, not too far, there's a mangrove forest, or you could contribute. That way, you are actually doing offsetting of your carbon. Second, food. Food loss and food waste is contributing close to twice the weight of your body. On a per year basis, I weigh 70 kilograms, I would waste 140 kilograms of food. And that's contributing to the other 4%. So we are the first country in Southeast Asia to commit to reduce the industry carbon footprint by 4%, so 50% reductions by 2035, and hopefully by 2045, our sectors will be completely net zero, with all your help. And please support that here in Nusa Dua, after G20, we're going to be transported, thanks to Pa Arifin's support also, and other stakeholders. It's going to be all electric vehicle here in Nusa Dua, and by 2030, the whole of Bali, we want to be focused, and other tourist destinations will be all electric vehicle.
Thank you, Minister Uno. So as I mentioned earlier, that this session will be setting the stage for the whole summit. I would like to have just one final statement from each speaker. Since we're with the business community and we need for a global solution, we need a global consensus as well. And business leaders play a key role for this solution to happen. So from Minister Tasrif, let's begin with you. Just only one statement that you can share with the business communities here. How can they play a bigger role to enhance the cooperation to make the vision visualize?
Let's build the collaboration among us and keep communicate so we know what we are going to achieve and then what kind of opportunity that we can share together.
Minister Sadikin.
You are all businessmen. My advice to you, invest in health. No, really. Spend your money in health. Because if human beings are healthy, 8 billion of them are healthy, they will live longer. When they live longer, they will spend more. If they spend more, then your business will flourish. And by the way, it's not only about money. If you invest more in health, you spend more in health. You do good is not only for your company, it's not only for you, but also for our children. And the children of our children. This is a tribute to humanity. Thank you.
Chairman Siragar.
The most sustainable project from business perspective have to be commercially feasible, obviously. So what you have heard now is certainly, while you talk, you aim, you focus on identifying the sustainable development and climate solutions globally, but at the same time, you also have to think how that would be commercially feasible. So this panel now provides you with opportunities. In Indonesia, sustainable development also means commercially feasible because of what we have been doing and what we have been preparing. So be yourself and invest in Indonesia.
Minister Uno.
Invest in healthcare in Indonesia, and not because I'm your neighbor, but yeah, health is everything, and tourism actually now able to recover because our policies on handling the pandemic has been good. So visit wonderful Indonesia. It's time for Bali, and I really, really hope you don't go right after the 16th, but spend another week to look at our wonderful country, in particular not just Bali, and the 5 super priority destinations of Lake Toba, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, Mandalika, and Likupang. And see you at the destinations.
Minister, Chairperson, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. I hope you have an insightful discussion. And then I'll give the floor back to Rory. Go ahead.
Anini, thank you so much for the discussion. It was so lively, and we saw, staunch rivalry between different sectors on the stage. But that's for the betterment and for the goodness of us all. And that was the aligning the role of business with G20 priorities to recover together and recover stronger. We do have several points to highlight though. First, from Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, that no health, no tourism if there's no energy. And we have to utilize our own energy resources because it is abundant in Indonesia, and collaborate with you, the business community or international business community. And from Chairman Siregar, the chairman of the Board of Commissioner of the Financial Services Authority, he said that the most sustainable project has to be financially feasible. So focus on identifying sustainable solution, but at the same time, be financially feasible. Here in Indonesia, it is sustainable and financially feasible. So please, we would like to invite you to invest in Indonesia. From the Minister of Health, Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, that the G20 health ministers have agreed to establish a pandemic fund, and the fund will be commonly used to fix the health system and close the budget gap for the following 5 years. And to invest in the health sector, you are invited as well to invest, and he reiterated many times to invest in the health sector. And up to today, the fund reaches 1.4 billion US dollars. And he also pointed out that we all know, now we are aware that virus knows no border, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, to create a more resilient health architecture in order to combat pandemics in the future, awareness and coordinated actions are also required. Mr. Gunadi Sadikin also pointed out that Indonesian annual health expense per capita is low compared to that of developed nations, but Indonesia is catching up, so you better pick the right country to invest in, especially in the health sector. And Mr. Uno, last but not least, the Minister of Tourism, mentioned that 1.1 million jobs are projected to be created in the tourism sector post the pandemic era. And in the next 3 to 5 years, we are optimistic to attract 3 to 5 million US dollars. If you don't want to invest, he said that he would invest himself in the sector. And tourism is inclusive, empowering 64 million MSMEs, young generations, and also SOEs. And last but not least, the ministry has the most women in the leadership role. Once again, the Ministry of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia. And now we'd like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Pak Luhut, terima kasih sudah datang. Selamat pagi. And now it is a pleasure for me personally, ladies and gentlemen, to call upon our moderator for the next session, Dong Shui from the China Global Television Network, to lead this session. And our topic will be Sustainable Resource Management for Economic Growth. I would like to call upon several speakers. His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Cheng Yuchun, Chairman and Founder of CATL. And Mr. Andrew Forrest, Chairman and Founder of Fortescue Future Industries and Fortescue Metals Group. And once again, the moderator for this welcome session is Dong Shui from the China Global Television Network. Dong, the time is yours.
Thank you. Alrighty, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the B20 Summit, our live panel discussion for the Sustainable Resource Management for Economic Growth. My name is Dong Shui with the China Global Television Network. It was a great honor for me to host and moderate for the discussions today. But first, I'd like to inform you that this event is strictly followed the COVID-19 regulations here in Indonesia, and all the guest speakers and the crew members are fully vaccinated through time. So we are all have tested negative for COVID-19. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for your time and your presence here at the Convention Center. Also, I hope you are having a great time and valuable notes to take home with. Before we move further, allow me to introduce the distinguished guests here with us today. First and foremost, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs Indonesia, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Thank you so much for your attendance. Chairman and founder of CATL, Mr. Zeng Yuqun. Welcome. And Chairman and founder of the Fortescue Future Industries and Fortescue Metal Groups, Mr. Andrew Forrest. Again, thanks so much for all the speakers and our distinguished guests who have attended today's event in person and virtually. Well, let's get started. By UN definitions, sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. Well, global awareness on sustainability has increased significantly over the years, but actions often have been inhibited by concerns on the cost to economic growth. However, given our current global resource consumption trajectory, we are reaching a point of no return. Businesses and countries need to implement more sustainable resource management to ensure there will be adequate resources for our future generations to enable future economic growth. Today, we have our guests from both policymakers and policy practitioners. All right, now let's start with, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, who currently served in President Joko Widodo's administration as Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, which means he oversees the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Tourism. That's quite a bunch. And he is one of the most influential ministers that Indonesia has, which is no surprise to whom have got to know him. Now, let's give the warmest round of applause to Mr. Panjaitan, and the stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, my good friend Robin and Andrew Forrest. We are here now challenged by the people around here. Let me begin with Indonesia. Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world with great potential. If you look at the slide, world's biggest nickel reserve with 72 million tons, and world's second biggest tin reserve, and also seventh biggest copper. But the very important one is the renewable energy, 37 gigawatt. And we are, I think, the fourth largest population on earth, and Indonesia consists of 17,500 islands. So you look at also, despite global turmoil, Indonesian macroeconomy, also indicators are among the best in the G20. All the data are here. You can have a look this one. Economic growth, low inflation, low government debt. This one very important because some people in this country thought that we have a lot of debt. No, we are one of the lowest debt among the member of G20 countries. Positive stock performance and stable exchange rate. You look at this one also. Some people thought Indonesia is still like 10 or 8 years ago, which is not. We are different than before. Driven by strong macroeconomy performance, including stable investment performance. Look at all this data, ladies and gentlemen. This data, I think, give you a good indicator what's going on in Indonesia today. And also high export recovery, surplus of 29 consecutive months, never happened in our history. Always surplus for the last 29 months, even during COVID-19. If you look at our export, the highest ever in our history, last year it was $232 billion, and this year we believe we can achieve like $293 billion. And resilience also in external sectors. Indonesian current account used to be deficit. If you look at this data now, we are positive. So this is very important also to understand that the last 5 years, our economy growing very well. Indonesia is transforming its economy, no longer rely on raw commodities. And if you look at this slide here, before like this, 2015 we are here, only $1.5 billion, and this year we are here. So you can see the difference. And look also our export, also here, MHP battery, also look at this here, it's very, very beautiful. And we are here now, but we are soon going to here. That's why Robin is very important for CATL to be here, because he is our very good partner for this lithium battery. Hopefully by 2024, we can produce a lithium battery here with the CATL. And this is also downstream industry, our aiming for next largest petrochemical and in the world, in North Kalimantan. This is like $56 billion investment. And also they're going to produce also new energy battery, 265 gigawatt hour, could produce a 3 million EV, which is EV is very important also for us. We have 11 gigawatt hour hydropower potential in North Kalimantan, starting construction anytime first quarter next year. And improving efficiency through digitalization, including natural resources, this one, make in the country, our Indonesia, less and less corruption and also less cost and state revenue and local industry and SME growing up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. Indonesian green industrialization strategy up to 2030, this one. If you look at this commodities, that we have a lot of commodities here, that potential, abundant of a very strategic commodities. And you look at also sector transition that we're going, we have a roadmap here, Robin, so don't worry, so you can enter, because Robin is a growing company right now. I hope you're going to be $300 billion company soon, yeah. And this is also the cross-cutting technology that we are aiming. And this is also the, the sustainability, and that's our target 2030. So we do hope that by 2030, our income per capita is going to be around $10,000. And climate crisis, this is also the issue that we are targeting this one, where we are moving very much, very fast on this one. So if any country look at Indonesia, or maybe businessmen look at Indonesia like 8 years ago, forget it. This is Indonesia, new Indonesia, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia committed to net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. This is, if you look at this data, next slide please. Yeah, this one, deforestation, we are, I think we commit, our commitment, we deliver very much, and we are doing very, very well. We are also encouraging adoption of renewable energy. You look at this also, the EV. And however, Indonesia will balance our emission target with economic development target. If you look at this one, G20 member contribute 80% carbon emission to the global. And Indonesia contribute per capita 2.3 ton per capita, while the baseline of 4.5 ton per capita, while the developed country, they contribute like 14.7 million ton per capita. I keep telling to my friend from the developed country, have to be fair, yeah? If you want to reduce the carbon emission, cannot be like this. Have to be like this and then like this. So I explained this to Secretary Yellen when I met her here. I said, Secretary, we have to be fair. You have to, cannot be like this. You have to be like this. Indonesia up from 2.3 maybe to 4.5 to 5, and US from 14.7 go down to around 5, and then we can go down together. That's, I think, fairness in this life. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much. Hopefully that you can get better understanding about Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very eye-opening and insightful sharing. Now, let me introduce our second guest here today with us. Well, people call him Elon Musk's China battery supplier. As the founder of one of the world's biggest electric vehicle battery maker, his company, Contemporary Amperex Technology, or CATL, not only a key supplier to Elon Musk's Tesla, but also work with the other EV manufacturers such as BMW, Volkswagen, and Geely, and shares of his firm soared about 150% in the past couple of years because of the increasing EV demand worldwide. I'm honored to introduce you, Mr. Zeng Yuqun. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Le Foot, Dr. Angel Forrest, Mrs. Selena Dong, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor to be invited to attend today's forum. As an innovative new energy technical company, we have devoted ourselves to sustainable development from the beginning. Especially, we have been working hard to make the outstanding contributions to new energy and the sustainable development of mankind through innovation in battery technology. Over the past few centuries, everyone knows energy generated from fossil fuels have played a very important role in the society and the economic development. But it also brings us great challenge in form of resource depletion and environmental degradation. Over a decade ago, the first attempts were made to use lithium-ion battery on a large scale of energy storage, conversion, and output in order to promote the electrification of transport and the energy transition. Today, thanks to the technological innovation and the industrialization, the energy density of lithium-ion battery has tripled. That means a battery car can really have range over 1,000 kilometers. The energy density of lithium battery tripled, the cost also dropped 80%. But also we're still working on lithium nickel price. But the good thing is the service life has exceeded over 12,000 cycles. Think about that. If you charge one cycle, go 500 kilometers, 12,000 cycles, it's really lasting longer for the batteries. Lithium-ion batteries now play a very important role in the energy transition and have become a critical base energy device to support humankind's sustainable development. First of all, battery can empower energy sustainability. Renewable energy sources such as wind and solar energy are already inhospitable, but they are intermittent and volatile and cannot meet the requirement of the power grid. As a result, we have to regulate the load of the power grid through the energy storage. Economic-wise, the storage has to be cheaper, otherwise we cannot help industry. That's why which system can storage the renewable energy is very important. Still many arguments in the world, but I do believe electrochemistry energy storage has many advantages. It provides millisecond level rapid response and bidirectional regulation with minimum requirement for different geographical conditions. It can be built quickly and flexible, deployed for power generation, the power grid, and the power load of the power system. However, due to the high cost, it has struggled to be put into commercial use. But fortunately, we have pioneered whole life cycle lithium compensation technology, which has doubled or even tripled the service life of lithium-ion battery as sustainability improved, the cost effectiveness and the efficiency of electrochemical energy storage system. Replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy has gone from just being a possibility to become a reality. Second, battery can empower environmental sustainability. Gas emission from cars is one of the main sources of environmental pollution and global warming, posing a constant threat to human health. At present, a comprehensive electrification has become a concurred global goal. Our batteries have been installed in more than 6 million cars worldwide. By introducing the advanced technologies in material and the structure system, such as C2P, M3P, AB, and NP battery, and achieve DPPB level defense. The extreme manufacturing also helps us. We can provide the consumer with batteries of a high energy density, longer range, and improved safety. We have also been working on research and development in such technology as sodium-ion batteries, condensed solid-state batteries, and metal-free batteries. We are constantly breaking the limits of the battery performance so as to promote the realization of comprehensive electrifications. Third, the battery can empower the social and economic sustainability. Unlike petroleum, metals in lithium-ion battery can be recovered to achieve a circular economy, which is really sustainable. At present, our recovery rate of nickel, cobalt, and manganese has reached to 99.3%, and the recovery rate of lithium is up to 90%. Also, the module battery swap solution Evergo, which we launched early this year, aimed to address the problem of limited refuel options, long refueling time, and the low space utilization rate of charging stations. With our module battery swap solution, consumer only need a few minutes to refuel, and then they can select how many batteries they need. A battery swap station can serve hundreds of vehicles a day across different brands. Swap stations also become a UPS for a city, which greatly improve the utilization of land and power resource and resolves issues such as range anxiety, inconvenient energy refueling, and high total cost of ownership. Finally, I would like to say the sustainability development is the extreme eternal goal for humanity. Sustainable management of energy is the foundation of the sustainable development, and also the key to addressing the climate change. We believe that together we can find a way forward through innovation, synergy, and high-quality development across the industry trend, as well as cooperations between the countries of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Very well said. Sustainable development is the eternal goal for humanity, and together we will find a way forward. Now, let me introduce our next guest. As the founder of mining giant Fortescue, he has been a key business figure for decades, but after doing almost the unthinkable, committing his heavy metal producing company to net zero by 2030, he's now gained a reputation as a tribalizing sustainability pioneers. Now let's welcome Mr. Andrew Forrest.
So Dongxi, Minister Lahut, my friend, Zhang Yuquen, thank you very much for your remarks. I'll try and be brief, but make some very strong points. When we first set out overseas, when the world shut down, COVID had stopped, all travel, borders were shut, I was able to see one minister in one great country, Pak Luhut, who welcomed me in the middle of COVID. And I was very worried for Indonesia. We were offering COVID testing machines, reagents, everything. I think Indonesia came out of it very well. And all your discipline, your masks, thank you, because you are keeping Indonesia safe. Pak Luhut, you remember we had the great fortune to meet with your president, and we went through really careful scrutiny to make sure we didn't have COVID. Had a big screen in between. We spoke with masks, and then we spoke with passion. And the president came up and gave us a hug afterwards. So it was, and he said to you, sir, utilising Indonesia's surplus energy to make green hydrogen around the world is God's work. And we, sir, are still as determined as ever to do that. Indonesia still has excess energy, but now, for 2 years since that time, the price of making green hydrogen then was expensive, as you recall. But now, the cost of electrolyzers, the cost of the systems, the plumbing around electrolyzers have come plummeting down, almost a fifth of what they were. So my company stands ready, Minister Luhut, to attach electrolyzers, to attach green hydrogen systems to any excess power. Let's price it so we can compete successfully with oil and gas, and let's turn Indonesia into a great green hydrogen exporter. And I'd say, ladies and gentlemen, there is no reason not to believe in green hydrogen. Certainly, I don't see it in any way as competitive to batteries. I'm a massive believer in batteries. We own Williams Advanced Engineering, which is the leading prototype cutting-edge technology for batteries in the world. Just give you one example. Our other company, Fortescue Metals Group, introduced as a mining giant, that's true, has the biggest, heaviest, fastest bulk trains in the world. We go 500 kilometres from an altitude of only 600 metres down to sea level, and our trains carry 38,000 tonnes per load. But Williams Advanced Engineering, and I can't wait, sir, to view mass-produce these batteries for heavy industry everywhere, Williams Advanced Engineering introduced batteries powerful enough that just the parabolic gravitational energy from going down the hill, even though it's 500 kilometres, was way more energy than we needed to send that train back up the hill. It created the infinity train, zero pollution, zero external source of energy. And that's where I'd like to leave you, ladies and gentlemen, in my short speech. Fortescue Metals Group and Fortescue Future Industries have been pioneering advanced technology in green energy now for many, many years, some 10 years. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're more than satisfied with the outcome. We've committed last year, and fully funding it this year, to invest $6.2 billion to step Fortescue Metals Group totally beyond fossil fuels. In that process, we will save $3 billion of just not buying oil, gas and diesel. Our net investment, $3.2 billion. Our savings, almost $1 billion a year, because we no longer have to buy fossil fuel. Now, that is a fantastic investment. And I say to every Indonesian here, you are blessed with enormous renewable energy. It is all around you, it's flowing down your hills, You have great wind energy offshore. Let's capture it. Asia, Indonesia-led. Let's turn this world green. And let's start with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're all senior here. We're chairmen, chief executives. We need to challenge our remuneration committees, our boards of directors, to place at the height of incentives for our CEOs, that they turn their companies green. They also step them beyond fossil fuel. They use the huge amount of green energy which is available in the world, and they leave a world a safe place for their children. Thank you.
Again, thank you all for all these insightful points of view. Now let's move to our Q&A sessions. First, I would like to go to Mr. Luhut. So, learning from past experiences as we are exploring the innovative paths, so what initiatives or approaches should emerging economy like Indonesia to implement in order to successfully implement this sustainable resource management? Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think like developing country like Indonesia, we have a lot of national resources. We like to see also, of course, the value added, because with the value added, then we can improve the quality of technology, quality of human resources, and others. Besides that, of course, our exports are going to be bigger, so make our economy stronger. But the issue later on, how do we keep the sustainable of this raw material? We love very much also to discuss with the Chinese technology, and we build right now in Morowali that we can, extract again. Give example like nickel ore, the nickel ore from the used computer or lithium battery, etc. 99%, which is I think the very beautiful technology. So then we can manage now. We can see the equilibrium of the nickel supply and also the nickel extract from the lithium battery. So we care very much now. Like I mentioned many times everywhere, a lot of young people in Indonesia right now understand this thing. Nobody can dictate Indonesia on this anymore. So as long as benefit you and benefit us, we're going to do that. Not like 50 years ago, you just dig, and then you export. That's over. We're not going to happen again in Indonesia, because we like to see something happen in Indonesia. We like to see the value added. We like to see also the people of Indonesia enjoy the raw material that we have here. Not only that, I think, if you look at now, we have 10 integrated industry in eastern part of Indonesia. Now, good polytechnic, been there. Before, we don't have. Now, because of that, we have to improve the quality of the high school over there. Junior high school, elementary. So, within 10 to 20 years, you can see Indonesia much different than today. So that's, I think, the importance of this policy. We're not going to be serving only the developed country. No. Developed country are really, I'll give you an example, the contribution of zero emission. Yeah. The 14.7%, this is because of developed country. Indonesia only 2.3%. I can say, we are a victim of your policy before, but we have also responsibility to the next generation of Indonesia. So any policy made by the government of Indonesia, also to the interest of the next generation of Indonesia. You have to keep in your mind this one. So don't worry about that. We'll deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Luhut. Now, next question, I'd like to go to Mr. Zeng Yuqun. Well, as we know, a battery is a device that stores chemical energy and converts into electricity. So, however, considering that most EVs are charged using electricity produced by burning fossil fuels, and the whole EV value chain involves heavy consumptions of electricity, many people doubt whether the battery industry is really green. So what's your take on this?
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. This question has been asked decades. So someone did a study. Wall Street Journal, University of Toronto, they already did a study, do the full comparison between the EV car and a traditional ICE combustion engine car. In a similar grade, for example, it's like a similar grade. So after they started, the first 20,000 marriages, the emission of carbon is similar, reach the same point. So if you go longer, we talk about 100,000 miles. Then the EV save 77% less carbon compared with the internal combustion engine cars. So this is already clear, even in today's mixed power generated by the fossil fuels. Secondly, for the battery itself, everyone is thinking about battery. Probably you guys think about a lead acid battery, or you guys think about a primary battery. So how can make the battery green during the manufacturing of the batteries? Definitely innovation is very important. So Seattle have been built 2 plants certified by the World Economic Forum. We call it lighthouse manufacturing plants. This is the only 2 battery plant in the world so far being certified as the lighthouse. But one of the plants, I'm very proud of that, is from Sichuan Yibin plant, which is being certified by WEF, zero carbon emission plant. Zero carbon emission, definitely we did it. So with the technology, with the renewable energy, with the energy storage from battery, we can make the battery green, even the manufacturing process. So and then people try to ask, how is the supplies? How is the mining? So how is the cathode material productions? Yeah, we still have a long way to go to find out what to do. Just like Mr. Lufut said, there's a lot of renewable energy resource in Indonesia. They're talking about 427 gigawatt. So in such a case, you think about a gigawatt is times the 1,000 hour, maybe 2,000 hour. That's a huge renewable energy resource. So we can put the energy storage here also to help Indonesia to make Indonesia production of the mining, cathode, battery, cars, everything green. So I have all confidence on that. Thank you.
Since you mentioned the supply chains, I want to do a real quick follow-up questions. You know, the world economy is actually facing a lot of difficulties, including the supply chains disruptions, energy crisis, and trade tensions, and among others, which have hindered the development of many industries, including the EV industries. So I was wondering, what is the biggest challenges for you guys?
Yeah, I think the most challenging in this industry or all industry today is still how to make the innovation technology to overcome everything. Just like I mentioned, the battery was so expensive, people cannot afford it. But if you can make the battery cycle life 10 times, then each cycle, each marriage become very cheap. So you can afford it. So innovation is so important in everywhere, especially in the supply chain. Another thing is, for example, the material price going up very quickly. We're talking about lithium carbonate, we're talking about nickel. But if we can do the recycles, at the end of the day, 99% recycled the materials. So at the whole society, the material become very cheap and also sustainable, affordable. Another reason is recycle. Recycle need good technology to do the recycles. Good technology come out again, innovations. So key challenge to us, to this industry, is we need to keep on doing the innovation things. Another example is a sodium battery we invent. I was proud of that because sodium is abundant. There's a lot of sodium in the world. how can make the sodium battery compatible with the lithium iron phosphate battery, a similar energy density or even higher a little bit. Currently, yeah, first generation, yeah, it will be lower, but the second or third generation on the road can be higher. So the most important for the society, for everyone in the world, is give little pension, give little encouragement for the innovation of the people. Give the support on education, give the support on R&D. I do believe technology will change the world. And even anything else will be the second priority. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like an ecosystem. Every dot is connected together with technologies and sustainable development. Alrighty, thank you again. So, Mr. Andrew Forrest, with the decades of your experiences in business industries and everything, how can we demonstrate to the world's major economies that acting sustainably can be done without sacrificing economic growth?
Very good question. I think Fortescue is a role model of that. We aren't Indonesian, so we can't capture so much offshore wind, so much hydropower. Every country in the world has its own sources of green energy, some more, some less. But we now have the democratization of energy, where energy doesn't have to come from some despotic country which uses it as a weapon against other countries. We now produce energy everywhere. And the technology spoken of here by my friend, absolutely correct. The technology is changing super fast. I've shown you just one example of trains. But let's not forget that batteries take us to a point, but after that, we need a mobile fuel source. And that mobile fuel source is, of course, hydrogen, all its derivatives, ammonia, artificial methane, artificial LNG, artificial aviation fuels. These are all made from the miracle molecule of green hydrogen. And, I'll sign an MOU with a major Indonesian company this afternoon. We're going to make green pig iron, we're going to make green steel. We can't do that with a battery. We need that chemical reaction which we get from hydrogen. We're doing the same thing in Western Australia. We absolutely know that there's a wonderful balance between batteries, which we're investing in, the cutting edge technology in the world, and in green hydrogen. So my strong, earnest appeal to the leadership of Indonesia, to the leadership of the world is, yes, let's get after batteries, we're all doing it, but let's always remember how valid your question was. If the batteries are not powered with green energy, then they're nowhere near as good as they could be. Let's go for utopia, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the world's cutting-edge batteries from supply sources which are competitive, all powered by green energy. The solutions are there, we've just got to go after it.
So how can companies like yours, to ensure resources are not depleted to the point where it will impact the future generations?
Okay, I'm not a subscriber to the world running out of metals. I mean, I have seen huge copper deposits reveal themselves, huge rare earth deposits. I don't think we need to go anywhere near deep sea mining. As the price level shifts up, massive deposits become commercial. Price level shifts down, they stop being commercial. But we're not short of the molecules on the terrestrial Earth crust for copper, nickel, niobium, sodium, titanium. There is enormous resources out there.
Alrighty, thank you again for all your insightful points of view sharing with us here today. So it's almost noon, and for lunch, it's lunchtime. I don't want to hold you guys too long. But before we go, I'd like to ask each of you to give all the viewers here today with us one quick note so that we can take home with. Shall I start with you, Mr. Luhut? one quick note, one word or one sentence you want to share with all of us so we can take home with.
Well, well, I think I just want to share a message about Indonesia and yeah, look at Indonesia differently and don't hesitate about what happened in Indonesia, like with my friend Robin, you know, he's the biggest player on the lithium battery. Now we engage him to be in Indonesia. Same also with Andrew Forrest. So let's do something in Indonesia because we are very rich in the natural resources. We have especially the renewable energy, which is not many countries has this like Indonesia. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Zheng.
Thank you for the timing. I think invest technology, invest innovation, you invest future. Thank you.
And maybe you'll become richer, I guess. Mr. Andrew Forrest.
Look, I'd like to leave you with this scientific point. The world is warming way rapidly than we thought. We thought 2050 was a safe bet. It's not a safe bet at all. What we're seeing around the world are these drying and heating events, which as a scientist you cannot take as coincidence. You can't believe in coincidence. If you've got drying events in China, Indonesia, Australia, America, Europe, all happening at once, that's no coincidence. We have a 2025, not a 2050 problem. So I say to chief executives and chairmen in this room, incentivize your chief executives through your remuneration committees to turn your companies beyond fossil fuel. That's your job. If you're not prepared to do that, hand it over to someone who will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again. Well, today we had a very insightful and intriguing discussion, hopefully. I hope every one of you here with us would have something valuable to take home with. But perhaps one last question before we go. What kind of changes should ordinary people like me could make in their daily lives to contribute to the sustainable drives? Thank you everyone again for joining us today live here at the B20 opening panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the inspiring talk, and we've got many beneficial insights and also information from the talk that you just moderated, so thank you very much, and coming all the way from China. Pak Luhut, thank you, and also Mr. Cheng Yuchun, thank you so much, and Mr. Andrew Forrest, of course. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next up on the agenda is the B20 parallel session, which begins at 1 p.m. I know you can't wait to have lunch now, but I need to give you this information. And this ballroom will be divided into 4 sections, where each of the session will explore the policy recommendations made by the 6 B20 task forces and the Action Council. You can see that there are 4 mini stages. Each of the stage will be discussing about different topics, and each session will explore the policy recommendations made by the 6 B20 task forces and also the Action Council. And please make sure you check the schedules and join the next session, and you will need the headphones that we have prepared on your respective seat. I would like to reiterate once again that our B20 parallel session will begin at 1 p.m. And once again, please do enjoy your lunch and also coffee and the break. But I would like to thank all our sponsors for this summit. PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energy Tbk, Sinarmas, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, Persero Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo, Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Indonesia Financial Group, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Sawit Sumber Masarana Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park, and last but not least, our blue sponsors, Adaro Indonesia, Jarum Foundation, and PT Grab Teknologi Indonesia. We will have an hour of lunch break, and please do enjoy the buffet that we have set up in Singaraja Hall. Once again, buffet is served in the Singaraja Hall on the first floor, which is sponsored by TOTM Technologies. Once again, I'd like to reiterate this, that the buffet is set up in Singaraja Hall on the first floor. And please return to the main hall, ladies and gentlemen, by 1 p.m. And please do enjoy your lunch. We will see you at 1 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this ballroom will be divided into 4 sections, where each of the session will explore the policy recommendations made by the 6 B20 task forces and the Action Council. Thus, we would like to encourage you to bring along your belonging, and please make sure that there's no belonging left behind. As once again, this main ballroom will be divided into 4 sections. We thus encourage you to please bring along your belonging, and we hope there's no belonging left behind or unattended. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the main ballroom will be divided into 4 sections, we kindly invite you to bring along your belonging, and we hope there's no belonging left behind, as this main ballroom will be divided into 4 sections. Thank you very much, and thank you for your cooperation.
Cik. Oke, podium. Gue coba pakai itu ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to B20 Summit Indonesia. Next up is we're gonna have parallel breakout session. That's why please proceed to the main ballroom as we will begin our event shortly. And for those of you who would like to join breakout session according to your interest or according to the field you belong to, please make yourself comfortable by sitting in front of the stage that is in accordance with the topic that is about discussed. As this session is a silent conference, please use the SIS receiver, which is available in each seat. Once again, this is a silent conference, so please use the SIS receiver, which is available on your seat. And the information details for each breakout session can be seen on the respective screen on the 4 mini stages that is available around you. business growth and job creation with a focus on MSMEs and women-led businesses. And this one is by Future of Work and Education Task Force, also Women in Business Action Council. Breakout 3, Building the Foundation for a Sustainable and Resilient Digital Economy. This one is brought to you by Digitalization Task Force and Integrity and Compliance Task Force. And last but not least, Breakout 4, Scaling Up Sustainable Finance for Infrastructure, Climate and Energy Security. This one is brought to you by Energy, Sustainability and Climate Task Force, as well as Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. As this session is a silent conference, please do use the SIS receiver, which is available on your seat. The information details for each breakout session can be seen on the respective screen. And for those of you, ladies and gentlemen, who left your belonging for lunch, please do not panic because our security guards have them in safe place, and please collect them at the left side of the ballroom. Once again, for those of you who feel that your belonging were left behind, please recollect them at the left side of the main ballroom. Thank you. to your preferred breakout session according to the theme you are interested in. There are 4 stages that you can choose from which topic you are interested in. Breakout 1 is building national and regional supply chain resilience to avert trade disruption. This is brought to you by Trade and Investment Task Force. Breakout 2, enabling entrepreneurship, business growth, and job creation with a focus on MSMEs and women-led businesses. This one jointly brought to you by Future of Work and Education Task Force and Women in Business Action Council. Breakout 3, building the foundation for a sustainable and resilient digital economy. This one is brought to you by Digitalization Task Force and Integrity and Compliance Task Force. And last but not least, Breakout 4, scaling up sustainable finance for infrastructure, climate, and energy security. This one is jointly brought to you by Energy, Sustainability, and Climate Task Force, as well as Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. For your information, this session is a silent conference, thus SIS receiver will be needed. And please use the SIS receiver which is available on your seat. And the information details for each breakout session can be seen on the respective screen. And for those of you who feel like left your belonging behind before lunch, please do recollect your belonging, your items on the left side of this main ballroom. Once again, please recollect your items on the left side of this main ballroom. Thank you. Please use the SIS receiver which is available on each seat. And now we're going to start the B20 Summit Breakout Task Force Parallel Session.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this parallel session on trade and investment. I'm Malika Ishwaran, Chief Economist of Shell International. In the current economic and geopolitical climate, it is a good time to discuss trade and investment and the role of the B20 to support and facilitate it. The B20 Indonesia Task Force on Trade and Investment has been working hard on this to develop concrete and actionable proposals to take to the G20 governments. In that context, I invite Mr. Arif Rahmat, the chair of the B20 Task Force on Trade and Investment, to present the key policy recommendations emerging from the work of the task force. Mr. Arif Rahmat, please.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, Mr. McCartney, distinguished speakers, co-chairs, deputy chair, captains of industries, esteemed guests. Good afternoon to all of you who have made your way and traveled all the way to this beautiful island of the gods that we are here today for the summit today in person. Welcome to Bali. And for those of you who are joining live and virtually from all over the world, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening as well. So once again, I'd like to welcome all of you to this parallel session of the B20 Indonesia Summit 2022 for the Trade and Investment Task Force. It is with great pleasure for me today that I'm truly excited and proud that we can share the fruits of our hard work in the last 12 months. Let me start by introducing the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force. The mandate of our task force is to consolidate B20 community opinions and formulate policy recommendations based on the global trade and investment issues for the B20. As the chair, I've been working closely together to build consensus with 8 distinguished co-chairs from leading companies around the world and 152 task force members. And as a chair, I've been assisted by a deputy chair, Pak Dharma, whose birthday is today, so you can wish him birthday after this. And also our policy manager, Shirley. And we've been supported by our knowledge partner, the Boston Consulting Group, and we've been working closely with prominent global organizations such as ICC, GBC, World Economic Forum, and Business at OECD, on top of the G20 countries' Chamber of Commerce and Industries. As I mentioned before, that the task force consists of 152 members, come from 25 different countries and across 15 industries. And as Shinta mentioned this morning, I'm proud to share with you that a third of our members are women leaders who contribute significantly to the diverse and gender-sensitive views that are formulated in our policy recommendations. Now, the recommendations of the task force are developed upon consideration to several key challenges that were defined at the inception meeting. To begin with, the world is facing tremendous headwinds, not only from supply chain disruption, but also rising inflation, but also from the devastating impact of climate change. To top it all, the conflict in Ukraine occurred right in the middle of our presidency, and it brings about numerous adverse impacts to trade and investment activities. So with all those challenges, building resilience in global trade and investment while maintaining the momentum of economic recovery have become even more important in light of the projected economic slowdown that we're facing next year. Thus, our recommendation serves to improve economic resilience while tapping all potential for growth as we shape the global trade and investment environment. Our task force has generated 4 actionable policy recommendations, which are primarily in sync with the discussion and priorities of G20 leaders, primarily with the Trade, Investment, and Industry Working Group. Thus, we are hopeful that our policy recommendations are being adopted as well in the G20's Leaders Summit outcome. Now, allow me to elaborate on each of these policy recommendations. First, we call on the G20 leaders to promote open, fair, inclusive, and efficient post-pandemic global trade, investment, and multilateral governance, including through reforming the World Trade Organization. This recommendation aims to strengthen global collaboration on trade and investment that, amongst others, will help countries to recover faster from the lingering effects of the pandemic. In order to do so, trust and confidence must be restored in the global trading system. This can only be done by rolling back trade pandemic and non-pandemic restrictive measures and faithfully continue to the efforts to reform the multilateral trading system, or WTO, primarily its dispute settlement function. Next, the B20 community believes that we should not let any future crisis create as many disruptions to global economic activities as it has been in this pandemic. Thus, we call on the G20 leaders to facilitate innovation, digitalization, and technology adoption to support international development and mitigation of future crises. Specifically, we ask the G20 to ensure global coordination to facilitate safe and free cross-border data flows and foster conformity in digital trade. We also call on G20 leaders to promote future exchanges and strategic use and sharing of science, technology, and appropriate data for crisis detection. Third, we call on the G20 leaders to amplify support to attain inclusivity in the global supply and value chains. The B20 committee believes that an increasingly inclusive global supply and value chains will translate into more resilient and robust economic growth. MSMEs, including women MSMEs, face enormous challenges to be part of the global supply chains, including lack of access to trade finance, limited know-how, and also other non-financial capabilities. We need to address these issues proactively to improve MSMEs' inclusion in the global value chains and let MSMEs tap their full growth potential. In this spirit, the Trade and Investment Task Force launches an initiative which becomes the basis for B20's Indonesia Legacy Program called the Inclusive Closed Loop Pledge, which I will elaborate shortly. Finally, in the urgency to address climate change, we recognize the importance of utilizing trade and investment as instruments to create more sustainable economy. Such B20 community calls on the G20 leaders to make trade and investment impactful drivers for a greener and more sustainable development aligned with SDGs. Now, the B20 Indonesia trade investment puts a great emphasis to build upon and create value add to the work of the previous B20 presidencies. This is how we create our breakthrough policies and push forward the efforts and actions to be more effective in addressing persistent challenges in global trade and investment, yet more efficient in promoting growth. First, in developing a global coordination framework for future crisis mitigation, we specifically emphasize the importance of setting up a crisis management committee that can commit to an open and frictionless flow of critical goods during future crises, as well as creating a robust guideline on health emergency preparedness enhanced by technology. Next, we also realize that to promote inclusivity within global supply and value chains, we need to increase access to finance and create a supportive regulatory environment for female entrepreneurs, MSMEs, and other vulnerable economic groups, such as the informal sectors, primarily by promoting standardized trade finance and by adopting inclusive supply chain models that can benefit them. And lastly, to make trade and investment impactful drivers for greener and more stable development, it is important for us to facilitate the scale-up of voluntary carbon markets, or VCMs, and to enable interoperability across carbon markets in line with the frameworks established at WTO and the Paris Agreement. Now, B20 Indonesia commits to go beyond policy recommendations and create tangible actions that drive progress and leave a long-lasting impact. I'm excited to share that one such action is initiated and driven by the Trade and Investment Task Force through the Inclusive Closed Loop Pledge. The Inclusive Closed Loop is a multi-stakeholder partnership model to create an ecosystem that comprehensively empower MSMEs, women in business, and other vulnerable economic groups to be part of local and global supply chains. The pledge is designed to create commitment of like-minded companies to support the economic growth of MSMEs by continuously adopting the inclusive, resilient, and sustainable practices. Several hundred entities have joined us in this commitment. This pledge is also the basis for the development of B20 Wiki, a legacy program of the B20 Indonesia. We would like to convey our highest appreciation to all the companies and entities who have joined us in this pledge and expressed their commitment in our greater cause. We hope that this initiative, as well as B20 Wiki, can be a strong foundation for us to foster a tangible collaboration framework across stakeholders to empower MSMEs and promote inclusivity in the global value chains. While I have presented all this outcome at a high level, I think it is time now for all of us to listen and hear from an amazing lineup of prominent speakers to really discuss and examine these policy recommendations in greater depth in the hope of cultivating further resilience and inclusivity in the trade and investment environment. Before I conclude my remarks, allow me to thank one more the leadership of B20 for their guidance and support, and to the task force leaders and members for your endless contribution and hard work, such that today's event made possible. And finally, I'd like to thank all of you, all the participants, offline and online, for your participation in the next lively discussion at the panel session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arif Rahmat. We will now move to the first keynote address. But before I do that, I just want to flag to the group, for the audience here, that if we have time, we will be taking Q&A and doing a session at the end of this panel discussion. If you'd like to participate and put your question in to that, you need to use the Slido link. There you go. So yeah, just scan that and then just enter your questions, and hopefully we'll have time enough to get to them. So thank you for that. Now we move to the first keynote address of this session. And as Mr. Rahmat pointed out, one of the policy recommendations relates directly to the WTO and the role it can play in facilitating global trade and investment. So in that context, I would like to invite Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, President of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, to give the first keynote on the very topical subject of WTO reform, enablers to boost global trade for a resilient future. Mr. Jeffrey Sachs.
Very much. Let me congratulate the task force on an excellent set of recommendations that are very timely and extremely important. The main problem right now is that there is a loss of confidence in the international trading system and increasing protectionism, especially in the United States, but also in other countries. And this, I think, is a huge mistake and a huge danger. There are several elements of this. In the U.S., because of widening income inequalities over the last 30 years and the effects both of trade and of technology, with the decline of manufacturing jobs, it became quite popular in the United States to become protectionist in politics. And this coincided also with an increasingly anti-China set of ideologies and policy making. The Trump administration began this with a number of unilateral trade actions against China that were utterly against WTO rules. Now, the current Biden administration has legislated in a number of ways that are clearly in violation of WTO, but are playing on the same protectionist sentiments, somehow thinking that this is good for votes. Maybe it is good for votes, but it's bad for economics, and it's bad for the economy, and it's very risky for the global policy environment. We actually have a number of things happening that we should take note of. One is that there simply is much more protectionism now than there was 10 years ago. And the will for keeping open trade has diminished in my country considerably, but the United States is able to affect the whole international trading system when it is in the mood. The second is the U.S. is increasingly using a variety of trade and technology instruments in its perceived battle against China, especially limiting finance between the countries and now limiting the export of technology, especially advanced semiconductors. All of this is breaking global value chains, trying deliberately to decouple the economies. It makes no economic sense, and it is even worse from a geopolitical point of view because it's raising tensions tremendously between the two countries, even to the prospect of open conflict, which is unimaginable but not impossible, I'm sorry to say. When trade contributes to greater inequality within a country, you don't close down trade, you use compensatory measures to address the rising inequality. But that's something that the United States doesn't do in its internal politics, and this is one of the great weaknesses. So I would say to the business community, your voice really matters, and it's not being adequately heard right now. There is a real risk to the international trading system. You're going to have President of the United States here and U.S. delegation. You're going to have, of course, leaders of all of the G20 countries coming. They need to hear from the business community that business cannot function in a highly protectionist and increasingly protectionist environment. It will rip apart supply chains that have been made over the past 25 years or more, and it is not a small part of the stagflation that we're seeing in all of the major regions of the world right now. The pandemic disrupted the supply chains, but trade and geopolitics is deliberately exacerbating all of those tensions. So that's a first point that I would really like to emphasize. The business community should raise its voice. It's not being heard. The protectionism will be terrible for the world if we go down that course. We did it in the Great Depression era, and we're at risk of doing it again in the current geopolitical tensions. A second point that I want to emphasize is we cannot solve the environmental crises in a protectionist, autarkic environment. In order to have a clean energy system, it needs to be an interconnected energy system. In other words, if you think about this region, ASEAN, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, the RCEP region should have an interconnected, physically interconnected, as well as policy interconnected energy system. There should be submarine cables from Australia to Indonesia. There should be interconnections across the ASEAN region. There should be interconnections between Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia. The larger is the physical grid, the more stable, resilient, and low cost is the green transition. You cannot do this country by country. This has to be regional. That means cooperation. It means trust. You can't have an American bloc and a Chinese bloc and expect this to work. It's impossible. There will be no energy transition if we fall into this kind of geopolitical division of the world. And there will be no clean energy system feasible unless we are interconnected. This is, by the way, an area where WTO doesn't really have rules of the road right now. Their energy, by and large, is outside of WTO boundaries. There should be trade in electrons, in green electrons. There should be an physically interconnected grid, and there should be the confidence to be able to send electrons back and forth across national borders. The terrible, useless, senseless war in Ukraine, which was stoked by NATO enlargement, which should never have been pushed to Ukraine, and stoked by other tensions, is an example of what can go terribly wrong. We just had a major pipeline exploded in international waterways. Not good for international trust. I have my suspicions who did it. I won't say at the podium because I get cut off from the media when I try to explain what happened. So I'm not going to say it now. But what I would say is that it is a very bad idea to blow up international infrastructure, and it's the opposite of what we need right now. This idea we don't want to be dependent on someone else is the wrong mindset. We want mutual interdependence. We depend on you, you depend on us. Don't cut off your goods, we won't cut off our goods. That's the way the world works. There is no... So I don't even like this concept. The United States used to say Europe is dependent on Russia for gas. It's got to stop. We've got to not have a pipeline. This is absolutely wrong. Maybe gas wasn't the right thing for the 20 years from now. Maybe it would have been hydrogen in the pipeline. But this idea of dependence is a crude idea. Anyway, it's an idea of generals. It's not an idea of business people. Business people work across national borders. That's how we make prosperity. Please keep up your message, but especially tell the politicians to get their heads on straight and preserve globalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, for that rallying cry. Very, very inspiring. So now we move to the second keynote address of this session. And as you saw from Mr. Rakma's presentation, one of the policy actions that has come out of the B20 Indonesia task force is around carbon markets and the role that they can play in providing financing and to meet the investment needs of a net zero emissions transition. So in that context, we have on video, through a video message rather, we have Mr. Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, and he will deliver the second keynote address on this topic. So Mr. Mark Carney via video message.
It's a pleasure to join the G20 virtually on behalf of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ. I want to begin by congratulating Indonesia on your successful G20 presidency. Over the course of this past year, in the face of enormously difficult economic and geopolitical headwinds, Indonesia has made the net zero transition and the energy transition in particular a central theme of its G20 and delivered real progress that will benefit all. A significant part of this leadership has been through Indonesia's own climate ambition and the launch of the energy transition mechanism and the wider process around the world of the Just Energy Transition Partnership. The success here will benefit Indonesia directly, obviously, through an accelerated move to a more sustainable energy system and economy, but it will also benefit the world by charting a path and delivering a new model that others will follow. I'm going to spend some time on that model and a specific aspect of that with respect to carbon markets in a moment. But overall, the model begins with climate ambition and the support of international partners, and it builds through clarity on implementation, project development, consistent with your climate goals. The challenge for everyone is to find sufficient public and private finance at competitive rates to meet investment needs. And that means the private sector must play a central role. And that's one of the reasons for the formation of GFANZ, which now numbers over 550 financial institutions from around the world, including a growing number in Asia, representing balance sheets of over $150 trillion. That's why we're working to help identify and solve local and global barriers to financing. And as I said a moment ago, essential to these efforts will be ensuring that carbon markets can play their full role. According to the International Emissions Trading Association, carbon credits could reduce the cost of implementing nationally determined contributions, NDCs, by more than half by the end of this decade. Carbon credits can play a vital role in creating the right incentives for corporate emissions reductions around the world. It can help protect natural capital, and they can direct financing, including private capital, to a range of climate needs, including carbon reduction and removal. Carbon credits will be particularly important for the emerging and developing economies, and particularly with respect to the phase out of coal generation and the rapid ramp up of clean energy investment. The IPCC's most recent report suggests that emissions from current fossil fuel-based energy infrastructure alone would exceed the 1.5 degrees Celsius carbon budget by 1/3, rising to 2/3 if all currently planned fossil fuel infrastructure is taken into account. So an imperative of meeting our global climate goals will be the early closure of much of the fossil fuel infrastructure. Now, financing the early closure of coal and coal generation is far from and that generation that's far from reaching the end of its life is both expensive and challenging. And this is one of the key areas where carbon credits can play a catalytic role. Avoided emissions from early coal retirement can provide a valuable revenue stream to make managed phase out and a just transition financially viable. Carbon credits can also help protect natural capital and stave off deforestation. Around the world, last year alone, we lost 11 million hectares of forest. That's the size of Belgium. To safeguard the path to net zero, we need to leverage carbon credits now to incentivize conservation of forests and afforestation. Now, critical progress has been made in developing the architecture for both compliance and private carbon markets. Last year in Glasgow, the overarching rules for compliance markets were agreed, and the so-called Article 6 rules and important private voluntary incentives are defining quality in both the supply and demand for carbon credits, and those private initiatives, particularly through the work of both the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets, or the ICVCMI, and the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative. That said, while the value of global compliance markets doubled over the course of last year, the value of voluntary carbon markets actually quadrupled, but in the grand scheme of things, both are far too small. So we need to accelerate progress on a high ambition path. According to the IIF, under a Paris-aligned or 1.5 degree scenario, voluntary carbon markets need to expand 15-fold from current levels by the end of this decade. And of course, those markets need to be cross-border. And because there are few compliance markets, we need the private sector to get involved at the center as both issuers and buyers of those carbon credits. And that's why the B20 is absolutely right to call on the G20 to encourage and support participation in voluntary carbon markets. And GFANZ and its members are 100% behind this call. Indeed, in our public policy call to action to G20 leaders, we've outlined a series of recommendations, and it devotes specific attention to the importance of scaling voluntary carbon markets. There are also a few targeted changes to the system that could help improve the private sector use of carbon credits. Let me just outline a couple. First, with respect to the supply or the creation of carbon credits, it's obviously critical that they are high quality. And we want to encourage both the private sector and governments to rally round the ICVCMI, which has issued draft standards on what constitutes high integrity. As market participants adjust to these standards, interventions from bodies such as MIGA or private insurers can further help de-risk the initial use of carbon credits and purchase. On the demand side, we need to clarify when it's appropriate, indeed necessary, for companies and financial institutions to buy carbon credits. We all know that carbon credits should not be used in any way that disincentivizes absolute decarbonization across a company's value chain. And we don't want it to discourage financial institutions from engaging the companies they lend to or invest in, their clients effectively, on emissions reductions. But we also know we can't constrict the use of carbon credits to such an extent that the buy side of the private sector moves away from carbon markets. Now, there's a way forward to a world where corporates and financial institutions develop robust transition plans to reduce their absolute emissions. They set science-based targets, they bear down on those emissions, they disclose their progress against those emissions, and then they use carbon credits for their residual emissions. And this would be absolutely in support of the 2050 targets. Ramping up carbon credit purchases, particularly credits from emerging markets, while decarbonizing directly, is a way for companies and financial institutions in developed economies to live the talk of high ambition transition planning. And that's why Lord Nick Stern, Bill Winters, Gunter Tallinger, Tim Adams, and myself outlined last year a high ambition pathway where both mitigation and compensation are delivered. Without emissions reduction and capital flows to the emerging and developing world to protect natural capital and support accelerated transition away from coal, we simply will not avoid the climate catastrophe that would come from missing our Paris goals. So GFANZ is encouraging corporates, financial institutions, and most importantly, governments to support the standards proposed by the VCMI. We also want to make sure that companies and financial institutions get credit for phasing out coal projects on an accelerated timeline, even if the emissions from those projects have not yet reached zero. The private sector needs an incentive to help wind down high-emitting assets in line with net zero pathways. So let me conclude. We know we're not starting from scratch. The foundations have been laid through Article 6, through the ICVCM, and through the VCMI, and there is good progress underway. But it's important that your call, our call at the B20 and GFANZ and others, that we step up to improve the scale and use of voluntary carbon markets. Let's build on these early steps. Let's accelerate collaboration and tangible action so the carbon markets can fully support the net zero transition that Indonesia is leading and the world needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those were remarks by Mr. Mark Carney on voluntary carbon markets. It should be on. It should be on. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad people are paying attention. That's good. Okay, so now we move to the session, the section of this session on the panel discussion. So I'd like to invite up our panelists for this session. Mr. Axton Salim, Director, Indofood Success Makmur. Ms. Barbara Beltrame, Vice President, Confindustria for Internationalization. Ms. Merit Janau, Dean Emerita, Columbia School of International and Public Affairs. Mr. Myron Brilliant, Executive Vice President, U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Vasilis Gatzelis, President Director, HM Sampurna. Finally, Mr. Shang Guangda, Founder, Xian Holding Group. I'll wait for people to put the headsets on.
Are we supposed to put our
Yes.
headsets on?
Unless you can hear me.
Yes.
I know. Okay.
Do we need them on for this speaking?
You don't need to have them on if you're speaking.
Okay.
So.
Good.
Okay, so welcome all to this discussion. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic and recent supply chain disruptions have focused minds on the value, like developing resilience through maybe not through different types of disruptions that you might see going forward, not just in the context of the pandemic or the crisis we see currently in geopolitics. We also heard now recommendations from Mr. Rahmat on what the B20 task force has said on that to facilitate and increase the resilience of these. May put your headsets on. Increase the resilience of these supply chains through increasing resilience of trade and investment flows. In addition, we have a couple of really good keynote speeches. You should have a. Do you have a headset? One, yeah. So we had a rallying cry around the impact of protectionism we've seen these days on trade and as well as on investment and the inefficiencies that's creating across the world in the global system. And then of course we bring in the issue of energy transition and sustainability and the need to have cross-border financial flows and different mechanisms for getting those flows going, which Mark Carney spoke to. So given that really rich starting point, I would like to start with the first question, and I'll go in the order of Merit, Myron, Barbara, if that's okay. The question I have for you is, what does a resilient supply chain network look like? And what are the key characteristics that you would define resilience in terms of? So I'll start with you, Merit, if that's okay.
Sure, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. This is really an extraordinary gathering of business and policy leaders who I think are exactly the communities that have to engage on these questions. So, I mean, first of all, resilient supply chain means an open supply chain. You know, very few countries, if any, can really manage their needs. They simply cannot, only through domestic production. So you need an open trading system with the, you know, unique strains that we've just all seen. They reveal that you can have shortages in quite unexpected areas, and you can have governments restricting exports. So I think a resilient system needs a place to go and challenge and review if a country introduces restrictions, and have a place to talk about it. It's shown how interconnected we are and how vulnerable we are, and how countries can react to that. Obviously, there have been a lot of practical steps that have been also proved necessary through this period for companies to take. And you know, what I hear working with companies and talking to many corporate leaders, you know, the companies are introducing duplication in sourcing. That's a very practical thing they're doing. They're trying to introduce more transparency, obviously applying new technology to this as well, including digital technology. I think software that can show inefficiencies and reveal them. Companies are increasing inventory where they can. I don't think yet you're seeing the pattern of home shoring and near shoring being driven by policy. There are market-based reasons why that's occurring, and the shape of globalization is changing. And we may be past peak globalization, but I don't think the world is deglobalizing. So I would put that before us. There are shifts happening So I think the answer to how to create an efficient supply chain is going to differ by sector. And so I think this effort here by B20 has recognized that and tried to create focused groups around sectors that can identify those bottlenecks. But sometimes it's a business decision that will create a shortage not only in a period of vulnerability, but also when demand comes back. And also, as you're seeing some industries move into new areas like EV, and that production ramping up in multiple jurisdictions, that's going to produce demand for materials that are not now experiencing that level of demand. So we need to look ahead and think about coordination down the road as we look at our shifts in industrial structure.
Great, thanks for that. So Myron, I mean, it's frictions, it's not sort of deglobalization. Your views on this?
Well, first off, I'm really pleased to be here. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the U.S. Chamber is the largest business group, not just in the United States, but in the world today. And KADIN is clearly one of our partners, and we are part of the B20, as is Barbara and our friends from Italy. We have participated from the origin in this process. So it's important that we make the investment to make G20 work, and the B20, the private sector component, is critical. Look, the world has changed because of geopolitical risk, because of security emphasis, and because of changing economics. I may not agree with everything that's said, but I agree with a lot that's said. The one thing I would say is that what we have to worry about is conflicting blocks. Whether it's China on one side, the United States and Europe, all emerging and setting up their own standards and regulations. And so one of the things, the value of a B20 task force is to look at how we integrate. Now, if I'm looking at it more practically, what I'm thinking about is how efficiency, the hallmark of supply chains in the past, thinking about market cost and efficiency, has been now put on par with resiliency. And what do I mean that is the whole just-in-time delivery concept is now also sharing with the just-in-case delivery concept. We need to have both, just-in-case and just-in-time. Why? Because you want to ensure you have efficiency throughout your value chain, but you also need to have the inventory in case there's shocks in the supply chain. You need to think about your inventory. You need to think about the customer experience from the time in inventory to the last mile. You need to think about the customer experience today differently than in the past. I know personally how long and frustrating it is to wait for something from China that takes 18 months to get to the United States, and in the past it would take a few months. Similarly, we're seeing that all over the world. The United States, when we faced the pandemic, we thought we had PPE, right? But it ran 40 times over. We didn't have the supply. So we cannot develop and grow and innovate everything in the United States. As important an economy as we are, we need to rely on supply chains. But supply chains also need to be thought through from a geographic location standpoint. So one of the things that we have to think about is how do we encourage and incorporate a China plus one strategy in some cases, but a broader strategy more generally. And I think one of the things that we're looking at is how we expand and increase the ecosystems. This is what the theme of the B20 Task Force recommendations is, strengthening the ecosystems, okay? That does include having better digital rules, right? It means bringing more certainty and stability to the way we all source. It means being able to get those resources we need. Everyone is talking about access to critical minerals. We haven't talked about that here yet. Everyone's talking about EV. 75% of the market can't be in one country. Let's just be honest. And what has happened, not just with the case of the pandemic or tensions in the U.S.-China relationship, I do not agree at all with Jeffrey Sachs' interpretation that it's all about the United States. I worry about global protectionism. It's not one-sided. It has many different sides. And we'll get into that when you talk about governments. But I think one thing we also need to think about clearly is how we all together are addressing the value system, trusted supplier networks. The United States has tried to do that through various means. IPATH is one means. The U.S. business community does not want to pick sides. What it wants is to ensure it has trusted suppliers in all of its networks, whether it's doing business in Latin America, Europe, or Asia. And so as we think about this issue, we think about resiliency from many different lenses, from the economic lens, from the geopolitical lens, and certainly from an increasing security lens. And so this is the things that we're grappling with, but I agree with a lot of the recommendations that have been made.
Great. So Barbara, just in time to just in case, but what's the right amount of just in case? And as one of the members of the task force, your views?
Yes. So thank you very much. But first, to answer your question, please let me congratulate with Arif for the and also of the team of his team for the excellent policy paper that they made. I know how it's difficult to have done this job.
Yes.
Yes, it's very difficult and I mean, I think it's difficult to converge a common outstanding to different countries. But come back to your question. Look, some say that disruption is the new normal. And if this is true, business ability to absorb stress, recover critical functions, and prosper in changing environment, this ability is crucial. But there is more to do, I think, we think actually, for the public regulator as well. Like the ideal supply chain should be formed by companies, high performance, risk, and resource management, with good access to finance, of course, and with a stable and secure supply of energy, raw materials, intermediate goals and components, of course. Also, there should be a very low tariff, we think, technical and logistic barriers, and it will be much better no political intrusion at all. But I know that is difficult. But now, if we think about what we are seeing the last 2 years, from the storage of a personal protection device to the heavy logistic bottlenecks, following the recovery of the global demand. Moreover, now we are still dealing with the consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. An energy crisis is putting some region, especially our region, in very strong difficulty. I think that basically all actors should be able to respond to crisis by striking a balance between sustainability, responsiveness, and cost. Unfortunately, most of the time, it's very difficult to achieve this goal. But in conclusion, what I would like to say is that resilience is a moving target rather than a one-size-fits-all target.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yes. Very brief.
Yeah. Great. So moving to your next question, I'd like to ask in order of Axton, Vasilis, and then Chang. So just to warn you on that. Based on your experiences, what component was lacking in terms of getting supply chain resilience during the disruptions you've seen of the last few years? So start with you, Axton.
Thank you so much for having me in this forum. Indofood is a total food solutions company with businesses ranging all the way from plantations, manufacturing, all the way to distribution of our products to the consumers. So prior to COVID, of course, our supply chains have become more efficient and interlinked with globalization. But with COVID and geopolitical tensions, we finally identified where we have these dependencies. And now we have to reevaluate what the supply chain dependencies are. I mean, the just in case and just in time concept is now the new norm for the sustainability of supply chain. And logistical issues as well. So logistical issues has caused a lot of the increase in costs for our supply chain. If I may just share a little bit, I think Indonesia, with a population of about 270 million people, is increasingly becoming a very important player in terms of the global supply chain. it being an exporter and also an importer. I mean, if we can take a look at two different agriculture, the first one being vegetable oil. Vegetable oil, Indonesia is the largest producer for vegetable oil, having a global production of 20%. And with that, we are accountable for about 30% of the total global vegetable oil market. But on the other hand, wheat, Indonesia is not a producer, but we are number 11 in terms of importing of the global wheat. So with these two food commodities, I do see that they have the challenges in 2022, and this is demonstrating the impact of the supply chain distribution, and I think it impacts the food security as well for the countries. So going back to you, I think for the components that was lacking, global coordination. That's when governments want to improve the food security within the countries. I think they have to rely on the global food supply chain. And they may not, because I think for Indonesia, we may not have the climatic conditions to grow the staple foods. And how it can be further improved, definitely I think B20 is a good platform to have, how we can try to have fewer trade barriers, import restrictions, more free trade agreements to smoothen the flow of goods, and distributed supply chains, I think, is important as well in building a more resilient and opportunity as well. So I think that's in a very concise again. So please.
No, but thank you. I mean, it's a real tangible example given the industry you're working in. And we do see these issues around food particularly and restrictions on exports of foods that have been coming in. So, Vasilis, your views on what you think was missing, a key component to improve resiliency over the last few years?
Thank you, Malika. Selamat siang ke semuanya. Senang sekali berada di sini hari ini.
Wow, well done.
Gold star. It's a pleasure to be with all of you, and thank you for the invitation. And I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate Pakarif and the whole task force for the excellent policy recommendation. When it comes to the question, we know that the pandemic and the geopolitical tensions have really disrupted the way the supply chains work. Of course, on top of the major impact, unfortunately, on the lives of human beings and the global public health. Now, if I would focus on three main factors and components of the supply chain, the first would be the anticipation and the forward-looking scenario planning. We need to have visibility end-to-end across the value chain at global, regional, and national levels, both upstream and downstream. We have seen major interdependencies in this period. The second, we need to have more stress tests and understand the vulnerabilities of the global supply chains, and always have a balance between efficiency and the just-in-case concepts, the flexibility. And we have seen new initiatives like increased buffers, increased inventories, diversification of manufacturing networks, having proximity to end customer, etc. Now, the second major area is about collaboration among key stakeholders, and I would like to stress, of course, the governments, private sector, large corporations, but also micro, small, and medium enterprises that have been one of the focus areas of the task force. MSMEs account globally for more than 50% of the workforce, and in Indonesia, it's around 97% of the workforce and more than 60% of the GDP. And based on the World Trade Organization data during the pandemic, around 60% of the trade finance requests of MSMEs were rejected, and this number kept on going up. So it's very important to include MSMEs in the whole value chain. And the third area, I would say it's about policy making. Policy making based on evidence, fair, open, using data and science. Again, a major part is the ease of doing business, and we have seen major reforms happening, including removal of administrative barriers. But another area is about targeted support to micro, small, and medium enterprises. And I'm very proud to be living in Indonesia, and I have seen President Jokowi encouraging the businesses to deliver value for the socioeconomic well-being of the broader communities. And what MSMEs need is a broader ecosystem. They need to be integrated in the value chains. They need financing. They need access to technology, access to markets. They need know-how. And it's very important to include inclusive value chains And in this respect, the Task Force of Trade and Investment has been also proposing to have clear definition of MSMEs so we can have always targeted recipients of the help from the governments.
Great, thank you. I mean, I take your point about the anticipation. I mean, I think I first heard someone mention a global pandemic more than 15 years ago, but then the preparedness never happened to follow that. And also a great point about taking account of the MSMEs aspect in this. So that's, yeah, excellent points to make. So, Shang, coming to you on this, what is your experience? What do you think would have improved resiliency of the supply chain over the last few years?
很高兴参加今天的这个讨论。那么对我们来说，不同行业的供应链它是不一样的。
face different problems of supply chain. I'm dealing with materials, and the materials there's a periodicity is important. And sometimes you have to wait for 3-5 years before a certain product can be produced. To have an elastic supply chain is difficult because it will reduce the efficiency of the supply chain. Under these conditions, the last few decades, we have built up a system. If we find there's some uncertainties in the short run, so it's a very major challenge for us. So I think that between countries there must be mutual trust, because in the allocation of resources, if each country has different resources, different requirements, so with the revival of a global trade, so a global outlook is important. Between countries, how do we establish long-term strategic cooperation in the use of resources? Different industries are different because some have very long cycles, so it's not so easy. So if you don't have a proper allocation, then you will have to suffer a great loss. So in the diversity of supply chain is important, because this will spread the risk. But this diversification may bring about a drop in efficiency. For the last few decades, the international trade should be continued. We should not use, because of a variety of reasons, disrupt this supply chain.
Great, thank you. Yes, I think there's a consensus building on that particular issue. So going on to that, now this question is to all panel members, and I'll start from this side, Myron, with you, and then move to Shang over there. And this is around, what can governments do to help build supply chain resilience? So that's part one of that question, and I think I see what the answer might be to that. And then secondly, what role can the B20 specifically play to facilitate this? So two-parter there. Myron.
Well, I think there is a common view here, right? I think we have to invest back in the multilateral system. We have seen the world divide into blocks and sub-blocks, and we have to find a way to work together. I think that is the theme of the conference, and that's clearly important. And that means building up trust in the multilateral system. It means building up trust in supply chains. There is a tendency now for governments to think they can go alone. The self-reliance policies that are developed in places like Europe, in China, and even in the United States is not building up. These are the three most important economic blocks. If these three areas are not able to recognize the bigger play, then we have a challenge. Trade disruptions, export restrictions. We heard a minister here today, who I happen to consider a friend, talk about export restrictions. We have to deal with these issues in a legitimate, open way. Same thing about import restrictions in the guise of climate. We've seen this, no friends, in Europe. We've got to work through these notions that we're not going to agree to everything, but we're going to harmonize standards and regulations as much as possible. We've got to provide for safe and secure data transfers. We have to allow data to move across borders in a way to enhance innovation. And that's something that we have to build trust around, because what's happening around the world today is the sense of security walls. We've seen that in the United States in adopting export control policies, and we're seeing that elsewhere. We see that China as it adopts its own national security regulatory means. And we see that in Europe with Emmanuel Macron talking about tech sovereignty. If we're going to be open and honest, we've got to confront these challenges collectively, not blame one country, but collectively deal with them together. And then ultimately, I think what we need on that front is just to recognize the private sector role in driving innovation and encourage that innovation to thrive across markets. And that's a real challenge again, because that innovation, everyone wants to own it, but it's got to be shared and it's got to be inclusive. I do agree with the notion around more financing of small and medium-sized enterprises. I think investing in financing in creative ways, and I think that's one of the recommendations of the Trade Task Force for good reasons. A lot of small businesses will become big businesses, and they need the chance to thrive and grow, and we need to be inclusive. We've talked about women empowerment in some of the economies in Asia. The investment in women is very important to the growth of and healthy growth of society. In terms of the role of the B20, I think I've highlighted. We need to be united in our calls against protectionism. We need to be united in our calls for pragmatism and responsibility in government actions. And we need to be united in seeking certainty and clarity on what the rules of the road are, because we do not have certainty in an environment where we have so much geopolitical uncertainty. And we have to work together, whether it's on climate or on food and on transition issues around energy. We've got to work together, because there is no way to have a sustainable and resilient future without us coming together as a big global community. And so the business community has a voice. Sometimes our voices are heard, sometimes they're not, but when we're united, our voices will be heard better.
Great, thank you for that, and thank you for bringing in the energy transition too in this context. Barbara, over to you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Actually, I completely agree with him.
Very good.
I think the role of the B20 is push, stimulate the G20. It's better to say, to give the possibility to the G20 to understand what are the problems and what the company, the business needs for support us. So this is the first thing. So I think also it's very important that the political weight we need to put also to the WTO reform. I think it's very important. I think it's essential for the business, also for the politically, for the government's way, because without a regulatory system, it's impossible to go together in the same way. And yes, actually, I don't want to repeat all the things that I agree with him, so maybe I give the floor to him. But this is very important, I think, the WTO and go together in the same way.
Yeah, it's a strong, powerful message,
exactly.
Especially in a moment of economic recovery.
Yeah,
and growth.
And also now that we have a lot of, as he said, geopolitical problems. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Merit, over to you.
Well, thank you. I do agree with what's been said, and I think it's worth each of us still saying that keeping markets open is, a primary essential task. I think we have to be pragmatic, and business is pragmatic, about advancing frameworks. Some may be hard, some may be soft, where we can. And it is a refrain that you hear around the world, make progress where you can. There's a lot of momentum that's recognizing the value of expanding frameworks around the digital economy. Now, the WTO hasn't taken that up. It's not moving ahead in any area quickly. But there is this idea of joint statement initiatives, which means, coalition of willing countries. If they can move forward, they should. Getting consensus of 164 is really impossible. Maybe there's progress that could be made on the digital economy or e-commerce. If it can't be done there, it should be done elsewhere. There's expansion of discussion around that in the new IPAF proposal of the Biden administration is just taking shape. This region has experimented a lot, whether it's an RCEP or CPTPP or so on. So digital is one important example where I think you can advance progress in pragmatic ways and in alternative frameworks. But I used to serve as the North American member of the WTO appellate body, and obviously that has been stopped dead in its tracks. There are many ways for dispute settlement to advance, not just the way it was structured in the past. I do think reform of the WTO I would put on the agenda, but we shouldn't be waiting for some grand package. The days of that are over for the moment. I think, again, you can develop 4 or 5 work streams on areas where there's possibilities. I would also say subsidies is an issue that the business community should care about. And we probably need to update our thinking to create more exemptions for certain areas of subsidies, R&D subsidies, maybe some high-tech, maybe some environmental. We need to rethink subsidies. So move ahead where we can. Now, actually, Secretary Yellen made some very interesting remarks recently about modernizing the multilateral institutions, the bank, the fund, and creating new trade rules as well. Those were very pragmatic and really have profound implications also for the private sector in support of the climate agenda and the development agenda. So there's a lot to be done. The private sector is an essential partner. None of this can happen without cooperation between governments and the private sector and other affected groups.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, so it's like, let's not let perfect be the enemy of good progress in this context. Vasilis.
I agree with that. Yes, I couldn't agree more with the need for collaboration between the public and the private sector. And we have to work together to keep goods, services and investments open. We need to keep the flows open. There are 3 areas of focus. One is the inclusion of the business community across the policy making stages. The second is, of course, the policy making itself needs to have a predictability, it needs to have an openness and fair practices. And I would like to focus again on the need to targetedly support the micro, small and medium enterprises. Now, one of the B2 legacies, B20 legacies of Indonesia is what Pak Arif mentioned as the inclusive closed loop framework. This is about focusing on the sustainability of economically marginalized groups like MSMEs, like farmers, like fishermen, like female-led businesses. And allow me to mention a couple of examples from the company I'm working for, which is Sampurna. Sampurna has 109 years of history in Indonesia. It employs more than 65,000 people and has 44 manufacturing facilities in Indonesia, both for domestic and export purposes. So how Sampurna is working together with the government and focusing on creating value for the ecosystem, which helps the resilience of the supply chain. One upstream example is with farmers. We work directly with more than 22,000 farmers based on standards and measurable frameworks. So we're empowering the farmers, we give them visibility so they can comply with international standards and be part of the global value chain. The second example is about downstream example. We work together with more than 200,000 mom and pop stores. This is under the Sampurna retail community. 60% of them are female owned, and they are a primary source of income for their families, and they are geographically dispersed across the archipelago of Indonesia. What do we do for these mom and pop stores? First, as a private sector, we can give them access to technology, we can give them capability training, and we can give them business development opportunities. For example, a mom-and-pop store in the past would have to go to wholesaler many times per week because they have limited working capital. Now they can order online, they can have delivery in the store, and this way it helps on the sustainability, on their efficiency. At the same time, the government gives them access to loans for working capital, for business development through state-owned enterprises. So we see many examples on how the private sector can work together with the public sector to promote sustainability of the supply chain, focusing a lot on the marginalized groups that I believe is one of the legacies of B20 in Indonesia.
Great, I love the examples, Vasilis, love the examples. Axton.
Yeah, just to continue, I think as other countries are actually becoming increasingly inward and emphasizing on self-reliance, I think instead we should be seeing how countries and companies should be focusing on local and regional resilience for the supply chain and the securing of the raw materials. So I'm just going to echo what has been said. I think the closed loop inclusive business model is initiated by KADIN, which is the Indonesia's Chamber of Commerce. And let me share how Indofood's role as an intaker for the closed loop business model. So we work together with the farmers, and the partnership model actually works together, includes good agriculture practices, support, climate change risk mapping, mitigation through public-private partnership with governments, farmers, and relevant stakeholders. And this helps to diversify the supply chain option that has been proven to help global value chains and the disruptions to create a more resilient economy. So for us, I think we are working together with about 20,000 farmers farming potatoes, chilies, cassava, coconut tappers, and even dairy farmers. And also we have 48,000 oil palm plasma smallholders farmers as well. So with this, and also in order to have a supply of potatoes, we also have developed our own industrial potato seed production for Indonesia. So with that, these are just some examples of how Indonesians can use, or we can utilize local resources, land, manpower, and man hours to increase the local production. And hopefully this is an example which we can replicate to other crops, other livestock, and of course other regions as well, to increase the local resilience in the food security in the country. And
I've got one more person.
One more. Yep. And
sorry, please.
Yeah, just to end off, I think when you mentioned about B20, what we can do, I think I've always been a supporter of the gotong royong concept of Indonesia. We're working together. So I think the closed loop is a good example. And then also I think the B20 can help with the coordination of countries and the regional, global, to see the demand and supply of the raw materials that is needed and see how we can actually create an effective supply chain so that we can be I think that there was a good word that was being used, like interdependency or so I think just to cut it short, I think that's where I don't know where to stop.
No, good. Thank you very much, Axton. Sean,
yeah, please.
You get the last word.
OK， 我刚才也非常赞同各位的观点。我觉得政府
points expressed by the others. The government on the question of supply chain has an even more important responsibility because every country, every region cannot work independently. So the government must work with other governments so that they have this proper interaction among governments will lead to a greater stability. Over the long term, the cooperation between governments and between regions will have very good prospect for further development. Without intergovernment cooperation, without interregional cooperation, there will be less chances for a stable supply chain. So the other point is that the interaction between the industries and the government is important. Otherwise, the information available will not be accurate. So the government in stabilizing the supply chain has a very important role indeed.
Thank you very much for that. Now we have one intervention that's going to be a pre-recorded video message which speaks to the question of having these policy recommendations set by the task force that we've heard about. How should the G20 governments implement them concretely? And for that I invite a video intervention pre-recorded by Mr. Leon Wang, Trade and Investment Co-Chair, to share his thoughts.
I would like to start by taking the time to thank Chair and members of the task force for collaboration on the B20 Trade and Investment Policy Paper. This is incredibly important work, shaping post-pandemic strategy on trade, innovation, digitalization, and technology adoption with a focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm proud to have been part of this and inspired by the commitment to realize these goals. Speaking as a healthcare professional, my focus is on strengthening healthcare resilience. This relies on powerful public-private partnership and robust supply chains to ensure we are as prepared as possible for the future pressures on our healthcare system. Out of the many policy recommendations in this paper, I want to focus on two: equitable vaccine access, innovation and health emergency preparedness. Inequality has far-reaching implications, including future waves of COVID evolving and spreading across the world like a new norm, projected uneven economic recovery between countries, economic recovery further exacerbated by disparity between developed and developing countries. In May this year, it was reported that only 16% of the people in the low-income countries had received a single dose COVID-19 vaccine, compared to 80% in high-income countries. That cannot be allowed and continued to happen again. How do we implement equitable vaccine access? Support accelerated development. The Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, CEPI, has set a target to deliver vaccine against new diseases in as little as 100 days. Support domestic innovators and manufacturers. Harmonize regulator approval so that smaller countries do not have to wait. Create financing mechanisms so that countries can procure vaccine regardless of national budget. Health emergency preparedness and innovation. This leads me to the critical role of health emergency preparedness for future crises and innovation within that. We must act now on the lessons learned from the pandemic. Approach healthcare as an investment rather than cost. Accelerate international collaboration, especially information sharing. Embrace digital in screening, diagnosis, and follow-up to reach scale faster, cheaper, and with more equality. Ensure an always ready system for any future crisis. Everything we do now should be with the goal of equity in mind. The WHO is working to negotiate and commit to implementing an international agreement on health emergency preparedness, and I urge the G20 to support these efforts. The effects from COVID-19 will last for generations. We must take this opportunity to build resilience in our healthcare system, to prepare for the next crisis and pandemic, to ensure equity for those who need it the most. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of today's discussions, and I look forward to collaborating with you further to ensure that together we can make health happen.
So thank you very much. That brings a close to this session. I think I've been told wrap up. It's hard to wrap up such a vast topic. But I think there was a broad support for the task force recommendations and actions, and there was a broad support to the call to action for business to use its voice with governments to keep trade and investment flowing freely. across the world. So with that, I'd like to thank my panelists for being here, sharing your insights. I'd like to thank Mr. Rackman for his presentation of the recommendations, as well as our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're doing a photo. Photo. It always feels like such a rush.
That was brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
p.m. for the B20 ceremonial session to celebrate the B20 presidency's milestones and achievements.
Ladies and gentlemen, after those very insightful panel discussions, now we will have a short networking break in order for us to modify the layout of the hall to accommodate the next portion of our agenda. Thus, we humbly request that everyone exit the plenary hall. And please don't forget to bring along your belonging. And for those of you who feel that you left your belonging earlier, before the lunch, you can recollect your belonging on the left side of the main hall. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you can recollect your belonging or items on the left side of the main hall. In the meantime, you are welcome to enjoy the coffee and snacks that we have prepared outside in the foyer area. And of course, we highly recommend that you head upstairs to the mezzanine area where we have prepared multiple showcases on B20 legacies and breakthroughs. We will come back here at 3:15 p.m. At 3:15 p.m. for the B20 ceremonial session to celebrate the B20 presidency's milestones and achievements. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after those very insightful panel discussions, we will now have a short networking break in order for us to once again modify the layout of the hall to accommodate the next session of our agenda. Thus, we humbly everyone to exit the plenary hall. Once again, we humbly request everyone to exit the plenary hall. And please make sure do not leave anything behind, because we will rearrange the format of this main ballroom. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we humbly request for everyone to exit the ballroom as we will rearrange the format of this room. And for those of you who have left your belonging earlier before lunch, you can recollect your belonging and items on the left side of this main ballroom. Once again, you can recollect your items and belonging on the left side of this main ballroom. In the meantime, you are welcome to enjoy the coffee and snacks that we have provided outside in the foyer area. Please do have yourself recharged by drinking coffee and get some snacks. And of course, we highly recommend that you head upstairs to the mezzanine area where we have prepared multiple showcases on B20 legacies and breakthroughs. And we will come back at 3:15 for the B20 ceremonial session to celebrate the B20 presidency's milestone and achievements. Now we would humbly request everyone to exit the ballroom area once again, because we need to rearrange the room format of this main ballroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, B20 Legacy Programs, will be started very shortly. Therefore, we would like to invite you to please return to the main ballroom and please be seated. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, and please, for those of you who are still at the foyer area, please return to the main ballroom as our next program, B20 Legacy Programs, will be started very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. We would like to invite you to please return to the main hall or main ballroom because our next session will start shortly. And please, we kindly request you to be seated as our next session, which is B20 Legacy Programs, will start shortly. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, B20 Legacy Programs will start shortly. Therefore, we would like to invite you, for those of you who are still in the foyer area, please return to the main ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our next agenda, please make sure that for those of you who are still at the foyer area, please re-enter the main ballroom. Our next agenda is B20 Legacy Programs, and we would like to have your cooperation, and please be seated. Once again, for those of you who are still at the foyer area, please return to the main ballroom as our next program will start shortly. Thank you. Our next program, B20 Legacy Programs, will be started very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. For those of you who are still at the outside part of this ballroom, we would like to re-invite you to enter the main ballroom for the next session, which is B20 Legacy Program. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to have your cooperation. Please be seated as our next agenda will be started very shortly. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, I know you are very excited to meet old friends, but we do hope to have your cooperation, and please be seated as we'd like to continue with our next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the B20 Indonesia Summit 2022, Advancing Innovative, Inclusive and Collaborative Growth. Let's give a big round of applause for this summit. And of course, for you who have made it until this stage, thank you so much for joining again this session. And I hope you feel refreshed after the coffee break, and I hope you had the chance to explore the mezzanine area where we have the Experience Indonesia section there with a special area for the B20 Legacy Showcase and an assortment of Indonesian cuisine. And I hope you like the coffee and the traditional cuisine we have served you with. And there's an announcement we'd like to make before we continue with our next agenda. For delegates who are invited to the B20 reception dinner later tonight, the shuttle bus, which goes directly to Renaissance Hotel, where the dinner takes place, will depart from the East Lobby. It will depart from the East Lobby after the plenary session ends. And you can find the East Lobby close to where the red carpet or the photo wall is. You can find the East Lobby close to where the red carpet or the photo wall is situated. As a reminder, the B20 reception dinner later is by invitation only event. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the ceremonial session. B20 Indonesia has made great strides in driving ongoing collaborative efforts to develop concrete and actionable legacy programs. And there are a total of 4 B20 legacy across 3 key focus areas, namely green transition, economic inclusivity through digital transformation, and equitable access to healthcare. And this session aims to showcase these B20 legacies and acknowledge the support from both B20 task forces and Action Council leaders, as well as the B20 legacies anchor partners that have contributed so much to the development and sustainability of the B20 legacy. And for this ceremonial session, I would like to first invite the B20 leadership to come to the stage, please. Mr. Arsjad Rasjid, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia. Ms. Shinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia. Mr. Arif Rahmat, Chair of B20 Trade and Investment Task Force. Mr. Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, Chair of B20 Future of Work and Education Task Force. Mr. Haryanto T. Budiman, Chair of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force. Ms. Nika Widjawati, Chair of B20 Energy, Sustainability and Climate Task Force. Mr. Rida Wirakusuma, Chair of B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. And last but not least, Mr. Riri Adriansyah, Chair of B20 Digitalization Task Force. Gentlemen and ladies, you are invited to please stand up as we will do some procession first. And thank you for joining us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to give the stage to Mr. Rasjid and Ms. Kamdani to open this session, please.
Hi, welcome everyone. I'm very happy to be back in this plenary with the esteemed delegates of the B20 Indonesia. In this session, we would like to spotlight B20 Indonesia's legacy programs. 4 legacy programs were formulated with the objective of delivering continuous and sustainable impact beyond B20 Indonesia presidency. These legacy programs aim to deliver targeted intervention to global key priorities across B20 3 key focus areas. First, green transition. 2, inclusive growth. And of course, equitable healthcare. These programs are collectively developed by each respective legacy leads in collaboration with KADIN Indonesia and their respective anchor partners. We are here to celebrate as well as show our gratitude and support to the people that have contributed most toward B20 Indonesia Legacy Program. And now to you, over to you, Shinta.
Thank you, Arsjad. I think the B20 Indonesia Legacy Programs are also inspired and supported by policy recommendation of our task forces and Action Council. Therefore, I would like to extend our thank you to all the task force and Action Council chairs that have joined us on stage to witness the launch of our B20 Indonesia Legacy Program. So we have Mr. Arif Rahmat from the Trade and Investment Task Force Chair. We have Pak Ririk from the Digitalization Task Force Chairs. And also we have Pak Rida Wirakusuma from the Infrastructure and Finance Task Force. And of course, Ibu Nika Widjawati as Chair of the Energy, Sustainability and Climate Task Force. Bapak Haryanto Budiman as Chair of the Compliance and Integrity Task Force. and Bapak Kamdani Surkanain, the chair of the Future of Work Task Force. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the people behind the task forces that are doing all the work, including all the deputy chairs that are sitting here, and the co-chairs. I think we want whoever's here, the co-chairs and deputy chair, could you please stand up? Please. We would like to recognize you, to all people standing here. Believe me, they have sleepless nights, a lot of long hours in trying to, facilitate and manage many concessions issues. So I think today, each of the lead will also formally introduce and launch the B20 Indonesia Legacy Program. So we invite everyone in the B20 community to support us to sustain and further scale the program impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Shinta. Thank you, Pak Arsjad. Please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. And now for the ceremonial session, we will start the ceremony with the first legacy, the B20 Carbon Center of Excellence, as the legacy to accelerate green transition to reach net zero emission. Therefore, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Legacy Co-Lead of the B20 Carbon Center of Excellence and Deputy Chair of the B20 Energy, Sustainability and Climate Task Force. I would like to invite as well Mr. Dharma Joyonegoro, Legacy Co-Lead and Deputy Chair of the Trade and Investment Task Force and Program's Anchor Partner. And the program anchor partner is Mr. John Moore, CEO of Bloomberg NEF. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your dedication and long hour night, sleepless night. Thank you so much for that. I would like to start off with Mr. Wicaksono. Pak Wicaksono, can you tell us a little bit about the Carbon Center of Excellence's key objectives and also feature, and how they relate to B20 Indonesia's policy recommendations and the G20 priorities?
Well, thank you. If you talk about B20 legacy, the best legacy that we could give to the next generation is this planet Earth. The next generation, the young people, I remember when I was young, they like to go on street to protest. People like Greta Thunberg, she went on street to protest that we take action against climate change. Of course, we businesses, we cannot go on street, right? But we need to take action. The young people also like to go online, not just on street. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go online, create a platform, a center of excellence for companies, businesses, to learn together, share experience, and grow together about carbon market. Because net zero emission can only happen with carbon market, and that's why the Carbon Center of Excellence will be our legacy based on our objective of P20. Thank you.
Very well, thank you so much, Mr. Wicaksono. And now I'd like to move to Mr. Joyonegoro. Can you tell us, sir, about the anchor partners that have contributed to developing this B20 Indonesia Legacy Program?
Sure. So I think we're very lucky to have a very strong partnership between KADIN and BNEF in creating this legacy program. Special thanks to the BNEF team who has worked against sleepless nights, right, to make sure that the platform has gone live. So it's currently live at b20-carbon-excellence.org. So please go check it out to learn and contribute to anything related to carbon. And I think because this is a legacy program for B20 Indonesia, right? Yes, yesterday we signed an MOU between BNEF and KADIN to ensure that this legacy program is sustainable and that we can further improve and expand it going forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joyonegoro. And this brings me to this question to Mr. Moore. How can the business community actually get involved in supporting or contributing to this initiative?
Sure, thank you very much. And yeah, this is very much a platform for sharing knowledge. So there is some training materials for people to learn. but also we have a lot of different partners. So we have contributing partners. So for people that really want to be active, domestic or international companies, we already have 9 of those. So we only just started, but we already have 9 large companies who are sharing their expertise. So we've written up some stories, some interviews, or some insights from these companies. So those companies, we want to add to those contributing partners. And the other way is to be a supporting partner. So if you just want to start, learn, be involved in the dialogue, come to some of the training sessions, then we'd love people to be supporting partners as well. So if you can go on the website, you can sign up for both of those.
All right, let's give a big applause for B20 Legacy Carbon Center of Excellence. Gentlemen, could you please step forward to the center of the stage where we will hold the ceremonial session. And I would like now to invite Ms. Kamdani and Mr. Rasjid to stand beside the legacy leads and partner to push the ceremonial button, and the task force and also Action Council chairs to also stand and join them in support of this B20 Indonesia Legacy Program. On my countdown, so this legacy leads, partners, task force and Action Council chairs will push the button to symbolize the collective work that is required to develop the platform that will empower businesses to unleash carbon trading growth potential. Let's do the countdown. In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations once again for B20 Legacy Carbon Center of Excellence. And let's take a picture first, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say cheers to the camera, please. All right, let's take a picture first. In 3, 2, 1. Can we do it once again? In 3, 2, 1. Thank you. So thank you so much to the legacy leads and partner. You may return to your seats. Ms. Kamdani, Ms. Rasjid, and Task Force and Action Council chairs, please stay on stage as we have 3 more ceremonies to go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next ceremony is for the second legacy program, which is the B20 Wiki, as an initiative to empower MSMEs and companies globally. I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Aldi Haryo Pratomo, legacy co-lead of the B20 Wiki and Deputy General Chairman of KADIN's Entrepreneurship Division. I would also like to invite Ms. Nita Kartika Sari, legacy co-lead and head of the Standing Committee of KADIN Indonesia, and of course, our anchor partner, Masakazu Takahashi-san, the President Director of the Japan External Trade Organization, Jakarta. All right, so thank you so much for joining us on stage, Bapak Ibu. I'd like to start off with Mr. Haryo Pratomo. Okay, as legacy lead and the leader of KADIN's Entrepreneurship Division, I understand that the legacy is very relevant to you, but so would you be able to briefly explain B20 Wiki's key objectives and also features and how they relate overall to B20 Indonesia and G20 priorities?
Yeah, so our goal is to include medium-sized companies so that they can scale and be part of the global supply chain. Now, the way that we are going to do that is actually by creating a site, an information portal, where big companies can contribute and help these medium-sized companies along the way. So there's 3 key features really on the site. The first one is information, WikiLearn, right? So what it means is that we'll have stories of how medium-sized companies have succeeded abroad. We'll have details on how to do customs in Japan, in Indonesian and in Japanese for Japanese companies. And we'll have many types of information that will help these companies navigate the murkiness of export. The second part is DO, or Digital and Operations Technology. So after they figure out where to expand, we want to help them upgrade their manufacturing capabilities because so many large companies have built these capabilities to scale. And finally, the third feature is WikiScale, which is about matching the big companies who have access to export channels to Japan and Indonesia so that they can bring small companies into their existing programs. So this is aligned with the digitalization as well as the Trade and Investment Task Force objective of creating a world where the SME mindset is digital. And we've worked with so many other working groups in B20 to make this happen. So please check it out, wikiexport.gp.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hario. I'd like to move on to Ms. Nita now. I see that B20 Wiki has partnered with various partners and organizations. How would you explain the relationship between B20 Wiki and each partner as well as their respective contributions?
Sure. So we're very grateful that we get a lot of support from our partners. For B20 Wiki, we have two kinds of partners. The first one is core partners, and the second one is the innovation and innovation, technology, and knowledge partners. So for core partners this time, we're working together with JETRO, so thank you so much. We've been curated and also tailors a lot of informations that to make sure that SMEs of Indonesia will be connected with Japan Corporation, especially for doing trading. Now, we would like to also thank you, Telkom Indonesia, Pak Riri, thank you, to be our partners in technologies and knowledge, because Telkom Indonesia is helping us to create use cases metaverse. So even though this is SMEs, it doesn't mean we don't go digitals. Hopefully with this metaverse, Indonesian SMEs can learn a lot coming from study cases that has been successful across industries around the globe. And we would like to also thank the Trade and Investment Task Force, because B20 Wiki has inspired from what the outcome coming from the task force, where it's inclusive closed loop program. So 20 Indonesians big company has been signed up and then support us on the SMEs. Even though we start with Japan, we would like to invite other countries to actually collaborate with us and work closely with us to create another B20, not from Japan, but also other countries around the globe. So don't forget to check out wikiexport.gp.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you.
Nita. Now to Takahashi-san. So we've got lots of business leaders, global business leaders in this room, Pak Takahashi. How can they actually get involved and contribute to this great initiative?
I would like to start with saying how honored I am to work with KADIN and B20 Indonesia to launch the B20 Wiki platform, especially for SMEs to trade and invest. This platform has great impact on Indonesian and Japanese business society, but I believe it is more important to have more cooperation and collaboration to amplify the impact of the platform globally. Widjaja would like to promote the use of platform as much as possible. You may drop your contact through QR code here, so we can reach out to you for potential partnership discussion. We are looking forward to working with you all on B20 Wiki. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause for B20 Wiki as one of the legacy programs of B20. Now, Ms. Nita and gentlemen, could you please move a bit here at the center of the stage? And we would like to invite once again Ms. Kamdani and Ms. Rasjid to stand beside the legacy leads and partner to push the ceremonial button, and also the task force and action council chairs to stand and join them in support of this B20 Indonesia legacy program. Together, legacy leads, partner, task force, and action council chairs will push the button to symbolize the launch of B20 Wiki to scale the next generation of mid-sized companies to be part of the global supply chain. Can we do the countdown together? In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations once again on the launch of B20 Wiki. Let's now take a picture first. Let's now take a picture first, Ms. Nita and gentlemen. All right. we wouldn't let this very special moment unphotographed. Let's do the photo session, guys, in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it once again. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, legacy leads and partner. You may return to your seats in front of the stage. Ms. Kamdani, Ms. Rasjid, and Task Force and Action Council chairs, please return to your seat. Thank you. We still have 2 processions coming. Our next ceremony will be for the 3rd legacy program, One Global Women Empowerment, as the legacy to empower women in the global economy. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Nurdiana Darus, the legacy lead of One Global Women Empowerment and Deputy Chair of the B20 Women in Business Action Council, and of course, our anchor partner, Ms. Michelle Parmalee, the President of the International Organization of Employers. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me on the stage. I'd like to start off with Ms. Darus. I also understand, Ibu Darus, that the program was developed as part of the Women in Business Action Council, of which you are the Deputy Chair. Would you be able to outline the key objectives of One Global Women Empowerment and how they actually correlate to the overall B20 and G20 priorities?
Thank you so much. The One Global Women Empowerment Platform's objective is to aggregate existing capacities and networks to accelerate and empower women programs globally. It is intended to spur development and growth and support all women entrepreneurs and women at work everywhere around the world, also beyond the G20 countries. Now, there are five objectives of the One Global Women Empowerment Platform. I know it's a mouthful, so we call it OGWI for short. So I hope that really simplifies the name, OGWI. Very easy to remember. So there are 5 objectives of OGWI. One is digital capability, knowledge sharing, funding investment, technical support, and supportive policy. The OGWI will be run by a permanent secretariat. The secretariat is how IOE is here also in front of you today. The secretariat will provide 5 C's of services: communicate, clarify, curate, crowdsource, and crowdfund. Now, we've been very, very fortunate to have been able to engage 29 organizations in the last 6 months to take an active role in OGWI moving forward. And of course, with IOE taking over, we're very, very proud and very, very happy that International Organization of Employers will take over from B20 WeBack, that it will continue to engage all of you here in the room, and of course, also engage the G20 governments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Darus. Now I'd like to move to Ms. Parmalee. So inclusive growth is one of the priorities that was mentioned by both Ibu Shinta and also Pa Arsjad earlier in the opening section of today's agenda. So how do you think the global business community can further that cause through One Global Women Empowerment, Ms.?
Thank you. IOE is very proud to serve as the Secretariat of the Global Women Empowerment Platform. IOE has been very engaged in promoting women's empowerment for decades, and we're fully committed to our role as OGWI, for short, anchor partner in transforming this legacy initiative into an important global action, together with everyone here today and the current and future, and I say future because I'll highlight the QR code there on the slide, and future partners as well. We will spearhead work to facilitate peer learning, exchange best practices, build on partnerships, and steer collective action to drive change. IOE, as an anchor partner, will promote OGWI throughout our unique global business network and at international and regional conferences at the G20, the G7, the ILO, and the United Nations. And colleagues, through OGWI, we will design, drive, and deliver action for women's empowerment, equal economic opportunity, and female employment and entrepreneurship. So together, we can make it happen. I am confident that we can report at next year's Indian G20 presidency AGWI's first successes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parma. Let's give a big round of applause for B20 Legacy, One Global Women Empowerment. And now, ladies, could you please move to the center of the stage as we will do the next procession. We would like to invite Ms. Kamdani and Mr. Rasjid, as well as the Task Force and Action Council chairs, to stand and join them in support of this B20 Indonesia Legacy Program. Now, by pushing the button, this is to mark the start of One Global Women Empowerment in accelerating meaningful inclusion of women in business and the global economy. Shall we do the countdown? Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Congratulations for the kickoff of One Global Women Empowerment. This is to accelerate meaningful inclusion of women in business and the global economy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's now take a picture again. Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Another one in 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, Ms. Darus, Ms. Parmali. You may return to your seat. And for Ms. Kamdani, Ms. Rasjid, and the Task Force and Action Council, you may please return to your chair. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have arrived at the final legacy program in this session, which is the Global One-Shot Program, the B20 legacy that strengthens the future of pandemic preparedness through equitable access in healthcare and vaccine access. For this session, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Michael Rampangile, the legacy lead of the Global One-Shot Program and Deputy Chairman of KADIN Indonesia's Healthcare Committee on Infectious Diseases, and also the program partner, Ms. Emily Stenger-Svill, the Executive Director of Global Health Security Consortium, or GHSC. Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to start off with Mr. Rampangile. So we understand that healthcare resilience has been a very important theme, especially as we experience the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. So how would you explain the aspirations of the Global One-Shot Program, especially in relation to B20 and G20 priorities, Pak?
Okay, so first I would like to say good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, we must understand the background the context where we're coming from. So COVID-19 is a once-in-a-century pandemic that has impacted the life of millions. People have lost their jobs, their livelihoods, and it has widened the gap between the rich and the poor nations. So out of this experience, we need to learn that we need to shift the paradigm from curative to preventive measures. And the private sector will have a big contribution in making this effort work. Because we must know that the next pandemic may not wait another 100 years. It could come within the next few decades or within the next few years, and we must be prepared. But during COVID, we set up an extensive infrastructure to develop, manufacture, and distribute vaccines at a record pace. And we cannot let this go to waste. So, the Global One-Shot campaign aims to bring together key stakeholders, government, industry, and global health organizations around several key missions of consultation on the benefit of life course immunization. And we must also diversify the clinical research of novel vaccines such as tuberculosis and malaria for low middle income countries. This campaign is also in line with the Trade and Investment Task Force's policy recommendation to facilitate the innovation, digitalization, and technology adoption to mitigate the next global risk. So, more importantly, this campaign also presents the industry's contribution to the impressive achievement of the Indonesia's G20 presidency in strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, such as the establishment of the Pandemic Fund of $1.4 billion under the leadership of our Minister of Health, Bapak Budi Gunadi Sadikin, and our Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani. Therefore, the one-shot campaign has a mission, and its principle will turn all of these principles into concrete global health action. Thank you for your time and attention, and we wait for your support. Thank you.
It actually reminds me of what Mr. Gunadi Sadikin said earlier, invest in the health sector, because virus knows no border, right? I'd like to move on to Ms. Phil now. So I believe that GHSC will play an important role in this initiative, but how can the business community here and out there collaborate in support of this initiative?
Yeah, thank you. Before I answer, I just want to applaud Indonesia for hosting us. This is a phenomenal summit. Pak Arsjad, Ibu Shinta, KADIN, thank you for your leadership. So now on to the question. The Global Health Security Consortium was founded by Oxford University, the Ellison Institute of Transformative Medicine, and the Tony Blair Institute to offer bold solutions at the center of science, medicine, and politics. And it's just been an incredible honor to partner with the B20 as a platform to engage industry and to build support through One Shot, including through our joint industry roundtables that we held in August. I want to express gratitude to all of the industry players who have joined us in the One Shot dialogues. You've shared insights and experience about how we can drive innovation, invest in digital infrastructure for health, and pursue more equitable access to life course vaccinations. A big thank you goes to all of these industry players listed on the screen who have endorsed and joined us in the One Shot campaign, which brings me to everyone here in the audience. All of you business women and businessmen, go back to Minister Budi and remember, the greatest wealth comes from health. And so if you're ready to invest in health, come join us. Snap the barcode, the QR code, and give us your contact. We'd like to work together, have you join us in dialogue and action to further policies and investments that will make One Shot a reality. Together, we can recover stronger and make preventable disease history for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause for B20 Legacy Global One Shot Program. Ibu Phil and Mr. Rampangile, could you please head to the center of the stage? We're going to do the next procession with Ms. Kamdani and Mr. Rasjid, as well as the Task Force and Action Council chairs. Now together, Legacy Lead, Partner, Task Force and Action Council chairs will push the button to represent the start of the journey in increasing global equity in vaccine access and making preventable disease history. Shall we do the countdown? In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations for this program, which will increase global equity in vaccine access and making preventable disease forever history. Let's take a picture first. All right, let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it once again in 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, Bapak Ibu. Let's give it up for the B20 Legacy programs. We've got 4 different programs here. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please return to your seat. Now I have to move here for the preparation for the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just have witnessed the 4 B20 legacies from the B20 Carbon Center of Excellence, the B20 Wiki, the B20 One Global Women Empowerment, and the B20 Global One Shot campaign. And all these legacies has been supported by more than 30 global companies and the B20 Task Force and also Action Council. And these legacies show that B20 strives to provide tangible and actionable outcomes, and we are very proud of this very, very great milestone. And the ceremonial session that has just elapsed is essential in addressing the three focus issues of the G20 priorities, and this being accelerating green transition, promoting inclusive growth, and creating equitable access to healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, as these priorities will be imperative to ensure the global recovery to be inclusive, innovative, and also collaborative, that requires collective action to recover together and recover stronger. Therefore, through this Legacies announcement, we would like to invite all of you here to continue to work with us together to making this from vision to action. As we are still preparing for the stage for the next session, hoping that everyone here is enjoying their time and enjoying this essential B20 forum while not forgetting to enjoy the beautiful cuisine and also the scenery of Bali. All right, I think we are ready for the next session. Continuing on our agenda, we still have several insightful keynote and also panel sessions for you to enjoy. And we will have 2 panel discussions preceded by a keynote address that will set the foundation for the panel discussion. All right, so for your information, we still have 4 different speakers and also 2 panel discussions. I'd like to revisit actually the legacies that we have just witnessed, the procession of the 4 legacies. The first one is B20 Legacy, Carbon Center of Excellence. Actually, you can learn more about these legacies on the mezzanine area, where there are exhibition there where you can learn the legacies. So the B20 Legacy Carbon Center of Excellence is strive to enable the growth of carbon trading toward net zero, and the objective is to become a digital center of excellence to provide business with required knowledge to enter or scale up their carbon trading activities. Number 2, B20 Wiki. This is to scale the next generation mid-sized companies to be part of the global supply chain. And the objective of this is to equip small enterprises to scale up to mid-sized companies empowered by cross-country collaborations such as export market access across G20 countries, digital transformation, including key capabilities building. The third one is One Global Women Empowerment, aggregating existing capacities and networks to accelerate and scale impactful women empowerment efforts globally. And the objective of this is to facilitate the acceleration of impactful inclusion of women in business in the global economy by providing digital capability, knowledge sharing, funding and investment, technical support, and supportive policies. And last but not least is the Global One-Shot Program. The objective of this is to develop a scalable model to increase global equity in the development and delivery of vaccine, and also injectable through strategic collaboration with key stakeholders. And we want to achieve that the pandemic will be forever gone and forever history. Now, are we ready for the next session? All right. We're still having 4 different speakers and also 2 panel discussions, and we're still waiting for the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bahlil Lahadalia, who is on his way to this very main ballroom. But before heading to the next session, we invite you, of course, to join the initiative of B20 Legacy, because they cannot strive and they cannot work alone. They need the support from the business community. And you can choose, actually, not only health sector, but there are 4 different legacies that you can choose from to participate in. The first one is B20 Legacy, Carbon Center of Excellence, and B20 Legacy, which is B20 Wiki, One Global Women Empowerment, or OGWE, and last but not least is the Global One-Shot Program. And talking more about the last legacies, which is Global One-Shot Program, this is also to harness the potential of next-generation vaccines and injectables to help make preventable disease history, ladies and gentlemen. And the background of this program is that vaccines are central to the global COVID-19 response, and we need to capitalize on the next generation of new vaccines and injectables being developed for preventable diseases and future pandemic preparedness. And for the one global women empowerment, I was so thrilled because listening to what Ms. Shinta had to say earlier on the opening section of today's agenda, that 37% of this B20 Summit Committee are women. So let's celebrate women and their continuous effort, and it shows how committed we are in including women in the development and create no boundaries for women participation. Now I would like to welcome His Excellency Bahlil Lahadalia, the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Pak Bahlil, it's nice to see you again and welcome to B20 Summit Indonesia. And it is a pleasure for me to call upon the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his remarks on the topic of promoting open, fair and efficient post-pandemic global investment regime. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia.
Selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Izinkan saya, para peserta semua, untuk saya memakai bahasa Indonesia karena memang ada peraturan baru untuk kami harus memakai bahasa Indonesia. Karena itu saya izin saya memakai bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati saudara saya, Ketua Umum KADIN, Arsjad Rasjid,
Distinguished President of
pemimpin masa
Indonesian
depan
Chamber of Commerce,
Indonesia,
Mr. Arsjad, the future leader of Indonesia. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Ibu Shinta Kamdani sebagai
Ms. Shinta Kamdani as the chairwoman of B20
kemudian dari
and
Asia Development Bank,
President of Asian Development Bank, Mr. Masasa Kuasakawa,
dan
and
Bapak Ibu semua yang saya hormati. Selamat
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bali.
Kita semua tahu
We all know
bahwa
that
pandemi COVID-19
the COVID-19 pandemic
sampai dengan sekarang
until
di
now
beberapa negara belum selesai.
remains
Dan ini adalah pukulan
unsolved in some countries, and it is a problem that all countries face. And that is why globally we need to promote economic recovery as well as pandemic mitigation. But as the COVID pandemic continues to unravel, we face another predicament, which is the Ukraine war. This is something that we do not want because it will inevitably generate detriment to all of us, including energy and food crises. Indonesia is one of the countries who bear the brunt of the war. And in order to recover from the war, from the pandemic, it is not enough to just resort to business as usual. We need breakthroughs. We need more sustainable investment, more inclusive, more equitable, and more fair. And that is why the Chamber of Commerce initiates our conversation today on how we can be on the same page on promoting the kind of investment that I just talked to you about. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that speaking at 4 p.m. is a Herculean task because I know that you must be quite sleepy. I know that all of you are great CEOs, great leaders of companies who preach your subordinates all the time. But I know that today, listening to all these lectures might not be something that you are used to today. I would like to also add that promoting sustainable investment is a global consensus, and all members of the global community are committed to bolster environmentally friendly industrialization, utilizing renewable energy, and even to a greater extent. Now, in order to produce a product, if it does not take into account environmental standard, then the products will not be competitive in the global market. And that is why I would like to offer to you that Indonesia is a country that I think is extraordinarily blessed with resources. We have abundant resources from including nickel, copper, tin, bauxite, and many other resources. We have vast reserves of renewable energy. We have 12,000 megawatt of hydropower plant in North Kalimantan, for example, 23,000 megawatt hydro plant potential in Papua, near my hometown, as well near Australia and the Philippines, and many other renewable energy reserves and potential, including the ones managed and developed by Pertamina, who is working with other companies to tap into the geothermal reserve. Indonesia is committed going forward that we must build an environmentally friendly, sustainable industry with renewable energy as our contribution to the global community to mitigate the greenhouse gas emission. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, nevertheless, from the bottom of my heart, I have to be frank. As a former businessman myself, who is now serving the people in the government, I would like to share some objective empirical data which may not be so pleasant to be heard. Now, when the world is talking about renewable energy, how to reduce carbon emission, but our policies have been counterproductive to promote sustainable green investment. Only 1/5 of clean energy investment is flowing to developing countries. At the same time, when the world is committed to accelerate the net zero target attainment, in my humble language from Papua, this is called you write something and then you read completely something different and you act differently. And I think this is something that is difficult for us to materialize. So I think we should shy away from double standards. The government can issue regulation and policies, but at the end, the one who is implementing these policies are the private sector. And that is why the role of the private sector in the B20 is of utmost importance on how we can achieve our shared objectives of attaining net zero targets. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also underscore that when we talk about decarbonization, there are some important issues in our G20 ministerial meeting discussion. There was one issue that we failed to reach an agreement on pertaining to carbon pricing. Apologies to my friends from the developed countries. The carbon credit price in developed countries and in developing countries who have the carbon credit reserve is very different. The price of carbon credit can reach $100 per ton of carbon dioxide. And in developing countries, the price of the carbon credit can be as low as $20 or even $15 per ton. I think this should be a food for thought for all of us, because we need to guarantee equality among us all to achieve shared prosperity in all corners of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not have strong conviction when we rely on unequal formulation for the carbon pricing that is based on different variables on land, for example. For example, in Indonesia, some argues that the carbon credit price in Indonesia is low because our land is still abundant. We have so much forest, mangrove, so the investment is low for us to preserve our environment, and that is why our carbon price is low. So the question is, why don't we just cut down our forest, cut down our mangrove, so that the carbon credit price in Indonesia will be equal with that of the developed countries? But we never think like this. We Indonesians love our own environment because we believe we want to build the world not only for me, for my generation. We want to build our world for the next generation, for our children and grandchildren, to ensure that they also can enjoy their lives in this world. Ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to share the agreements reached by the investment ministers in the G20 on investment. The first issue was attracting value-added investment in the downstream industry. Indonesia is of the view, and many emerging members of the G20 believe that attracting value-added investment is an important instrument from a developing country to become a developed country. I do not fully comprehend the argument of some members who disagree with this perspective. I would like to also add that value-added investment is the key to ensure the protection of the environmental standards. I am grateful for the ability of all G20 members who finally reached an agreement on this value-added investment in the G20. The second of all, we talk about inclusive investment. We talk about sustainable investment. We talk about investment that benefits local communities, indigenous communities, and local enterprises. And early on, there was disagreements about engaging local communities and local MSMEs. We had prolonged discussion and I would like to thank all the ministers from the G20 member countries, including the developed countries, who understand and recognize the importance of promoting linkages between foreign investors and the local enterprises, local MSMEs, because these local communities are the subjects of our development. They should be in the driver's seat. And third, we also agreed that the streamlining of regulation is imperative. As a former businessman myself, I'm fully aware that investors need for things transparency, efficiency, speed, swiftness, and low cost of production. And when I was a businessman myself, I knew that when regulation mandates A, businessmen often tries to work around the regulation to reach B. And it is about time that we stop this unfavorable practices. And in Indonesia, we have undertaken substantial regulatory reform, streamlining 79 laws into one job creation law. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the Financing schemes must also be strengthened to promote sustainable investment and to contribute to our economic development. I think that in this B20 forum, there will be great ideas and recommendations on how we can fight for the interests of the private sector. And Mr. Arsjad, I would like to thank you very much. Mr. Arsjad is actually taking some of my burden as a Minister of Investment. So I thank you very much for shouldering some of my burden. Thank you, Mr. Arsjad. And I would like to also appreciate this event because this is a platform for us to exchange our views. Before I conclude, I would like to also add that in the ministerial meeting, we agreed to issue the Bali Compendium, which is a policy toolkit of investment of G20 member countries. It recognizes the policy space of all G20 member countries by promoting mutual respect for the various policies that different countries use. It is about time that G20 member countries have mutual respect. We cannot feel that one country is better than the other. So we need to sit equally low and stand equally high of all members countries. That is critical to realize shared prosperity for all. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, I say to you, I hope that you maybe soon you can enjoy the sunset by venturing outside. Thank you. May peace be upon us all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lahadelia, the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. There are several points that was conveyed by Mr. Lahadelia. One of the most important one, I think, is to recover. We cannot do business as usual, and we need to collaborate to find the best solution for all without no one being left behind. And also, to build sustainable investment and development, Indonesia will produce and use new and renewable energy. Mr. Lahadelia also mentioned that as a businessman himself, who is also active in the government, he points out the importance of policy and its implementation. So there's no double standard in doing business and in decreasing the amount of emission. He also mentioned that to achieve prosperity, we need to sit down equally low and stand up equally high together. This is like Indonesian saying, duduk sama rendah, berdiri sama tinggi. So we need to sit down equally low and stand up equally high together. And he also said that we Indonesians love the environment because we want to leave the legacy to our children and also to our grandchildren. And all investments, he also reiterated that all investments coming in Indonesia must involve local entrepreneurs and also local governments as the subject of development, not merely the object of development. And last but not least, he also mentioned that no one in G20 should feel better than the others, feel freer to do things than the others. So thank you very much, Mr. Lahadelia, once again for your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, staying on the topic of promoting sustainable investment to achieve carbon neutrality, now I would like to invite our next keynote speaker. This is the president of ADB to give his keynote address. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Masatsugu Asakawa.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce for the invitation and for its success as chair of the B20 this year. ADB has been proud to be a network partner of the B20. The B20 task forces on issues such as post-COVID recovery and just energy transition have been tremendously valuable. I am also pleased to share the podium with Mark. ADB is grateful for HSBC's engagement in the work on our Energy Transition Mechanism, or ETM. Mark, thank you very much for your support. My friends, let me briefly share with you today some thoughts about the importance of private investments for the fight against climate change. Despite the current economic headwinds, the economic growth of Asia and the Pacific in recent decades has been remarkable. But the uncomfortable truth is that growth has come at a high cost. Our region now accounts for more than 50% of global greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, our region is one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Climate change is putting decades of progress at great risk. That is why our battle against climate change will be won or lost in Asia and the Pacific. We need to take bold and urgent action to address this threat. In response, ADB has stepped up as the climate bank for Asia and the Pacific. We have elevated our ambition to provide $100 billion in cumulative climate finance from 2019 to 2030. We are committed to withdraw from investing in new coal-fired power generation capacity. And we are launching game-changing platforms to scale up climate financing. In our endeavor, the private sector is essential to ensuring the transition to net zero. It is clear that the public sector cannot do it alone. The good news is that climate action is often a good investment. Costs for renewable energy are falling, and demand for low-carbon infrastructure, goods and services is rising. The investment opportunities in developing economies have been estimated at trillions of dollars. ADB is committed to strengthening this promising investment landscape. We will use our convening power, financing instruments, and technical capabilities to pave the way for private sector investment that are compatible with low carbon development. Let me briefly highlight 4 areas where we are working. First, ADB is addressing upstream policy challenges that are hindering private investment in infrastructure. Our work includes support to improve regulatory frameworks like Minister just mentioned, and the capacity of government agencies. Second, ADB is working midstream with public sector agencies to structure infrastructure projects that are commercially viable. Last year alone, we catalyzed more than $400 million in private capital through our PPP advisory services and our project preparation facilities. And third, ADB is working downstream, directly with private sector clients to invest jointly in renewable energy projects. For example, we committed $40 million in 2018 to Indonesia's very first privately owned utility-scale solar plant, a 21 megawatts facility in North Sulawesi. And finally, fourth, we are helping the region transition away from coal-based energy. The Energy Transition Mechanism, or ETM, will accelerate the retirement of coal-fired power plants, increase demand for clean energy, and lower overall energy costs. I am so grateful to Indonesia and partners like HSBC who have made this possible. Last week, I had the pleasure of meeting with President Widodo in Cambodia. We discussed the need to mobilize substantial financial resources for the energy transition, and I am proud to say that ETM is one of the many ways that ADB is doing just that. Together with the government of Indonesia, ADB will make a landmark announcement about ETM tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me end by inviting all of you to engage with ADB. We want to hear your perspective on the barriers and opportunities to private sector participation in climate action, and we want to work with you. My friends, let's work together to achieve a carbon neutral future by creating a region built on green investments that ensure resilient, sustainable economic growth for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Masatsugu Asakawa-san, the president of ADB, presenting a material of promoting sustainable investment to achieve carbon neutrality. Now, moving on to the next keynote speaker, please allow me to welcome the Group Chairman of HSBC Holdings to deliver his remarks virtually on the topic of promoting sustainable investment to achieve carbon neutrality. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mark Tucker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be speaking to you today. My thanks to Asakawa-san, President of ADB, for his wise words. The B20 is a critical force for engagement with the governments of the G20 and beyond, particularly during a time of growing risk and uncertainty globally. The recent surge in energy prices is a timely reminder of how dependent our global economy is on fossil fuels. Issues around security of supply have forced some European countries to reconsider using more coal, and has also encouraged some emerging markets to delay their transitions as the market floods with cheaper Russian oil. The current challenges have provided an economic and social imperative for governments and businesses to invest in more sustainable, more robust, renewable energy sources, and may accelerate decarbonization in some countries. There has never been a clearer economic and environmental case for the transition to net zero, and it provides one of the greatest challenges and opportunities facing the global business community. If we get it wrong, climate risks will only grow, endangering economic growth and the quality of life across the planet. And that is particularly true for developing markets, which are generally more exposed to extreme weather events. However, if we get it right, we can secure long-term resiliency for our businesses and long-term safety and prosperity for the communities we serve. The key question is, how can we facilitate the vast sustainable investment needed in the coming decades? In particular, how can we focus efforts on businesses in the B20 countries that are most reliant on fossil fuels and where emissions will be harder to abate? Time is of the essence. Fossil fuel consumption continues to increase globally, particularly in the developing markets. The longer we wait, the more we are locking in carbon emissions for the longer term. At HSBC, we're keenly aware of the need to show leadership by acting at pace to scale up the net zero transition, and of our responsibility to help finance the transition. When we think about this topic, we focus on three main areas: planning, cooperation, and innovation. Firstly, planning. Every business should aim to establish a net zero transition plan. That means understanding their existing carbon footprint and establishing credible, ambitious plans to reduce it. This, of course, can be extremely difficult, not least because of the challenges in measuring carbon emissions within a company's operations, its supply chain and end user groups. To do this successfully requires good quality, granular and standardized data. Banks like HSBC face significant challenges in collecting data from clients that is comparable and consistent for meaningful aggregation, particularly from corporates in high-emitting sectors. There are multiple initiatives at national and international levels to address this critical issue, with two of the most prominent being the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which has significant uptake across Asia, and the International Sustainability Standards Board, Emerging Sustainable Disclosure Standards and Climate Disclosure Standards. However, when they have transition plans, businesses can more easily access transition financing from banks and give shareholders greater confidence in their long-term prospects. Looking ahead, many companies will face increasing issues, perhaps even existential issues, in terms of access to finance if they don't adapt and publish meaningful transition plans. That is why we're working very closely with our clients on developing their transition plans, especially those in sectors and countries where carbon emissions are hard to abate. We've already started publishing our own transition plans for specific sectors such as coal, and we'll publish the first group-wide plan next year. Second, cooperation. Nobody here is a stranger to the fact that we must continue to work together with other businesses, policymakers, climate experts, and community groups to build frameworks that support more sustainable investment. That means better standards on climate risk disclosure, smarter regulation to develop the right market signals for investment, and new financing models bringing together the public and private sector. HSBC is closely involved in organizations like the Sustainable Markets Initiative and the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. We believe that through these, we can help develop practical solutions that will benefit banks and businesses as they transition. Finally, and very importantly, innovation, both financial and technological. Many of the technologies that we need for the transition to net zero are currently subscale and urgently need greater investment. Others have yet to be developed. In many emerging countries, we also see issues with access to financing for existing standard and commercially viable technology solutions, such as wind and solar. This may be because ratings are lower or procurement processes are not robust, a lack of local expertise, or an inability to get competitive bids from the private sector. So we need to think creatively about how we crowd in sustainable financing through investment products and mechanisms. For instance, using government or development bank financing to de-risk the opening construction stages of projects and drawing in private finance for the later operating phases. This type of blended finance will be particularly useful in developing markets where investment risks are generally higher due to a range of different factors. However, blended finance, particularly for middle-income countries, demands a lot more innovation from governments, multilateral development banks, and the private sector. For innovation to occur, it must be rewarded. The conditions for this do not exist even as we approach 10 years of the G20 looking at blended finance, and we must be systematically addressed if we are to see blended finance scale. We also need to finance the development of innovative technologies, sustainable aviation fuels, green hydrogen, or even grey hydrogen as an interim measure, and floating wind farms, to name just a few. Uniting all these areas is the need to act with pace and ambition. It's clear we've reached a tipping point. Almost every conversation I have with clients, regulators, policymakers, and shareholders includes the transition to net zero. Now is the time for action. We need to make progress on sustainable investment in the coming decade to ensure we hit the net zero target by mid-century. As I said at the opening, the current energy price disruption presents a huge incentive for change. Now we must focus on making sure that businesses in all B20 countries have the right financing tools at their disposal to start their transition journey. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the time. That was Mr. Mark Tucker, as the Group Chairman of HSBC Holdings, that was delivering a remark promoting sustainable investment to achieve carbon neutrality. And some points were pointed out by Mr. Tucker that HSBC is committed to helping the transition to net zero emission, and this consists of several steps, so of which are planning, which is work very closely with clients in determining the plan that they want to achieve, and also innovation, financial and technological innovation. And he also said that now it is the time to action doing sustainable investment in order to achieve the NZE, or net zero emission, by 2050. And HSBC is ready to assist all of us in doing so. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the incredible insights provided by our two speakers, we will now listen to our distinguished panelists discussing the topic of investing in green ventures for sustainable growth. This topic will be delivered by the moderator, Jessica Chim, founder and managing director of Eco Business, and we have four speakers: Radoslav Domagalski-Labetsky, CEO of Rafako; Datuk Tengku Muhammad Taufik, President and Group Chief Executive Officer of Petronas. We also have Michelle Chrysostomo, Chairman of Enel Group; and last but not least, David Griffin, founder and CEO of Sun Cable. And now I would like to invite Jessica Chim on stage to moderate the session of investing in green ventures for sustainable growth. Also, please welcome Mr. Radoslav Domagalski-Labetsky, CEO of Rafako; Datuk Tengku Muhammad Taufik, President and Group Chief Executive Officer of Petronas; Michelle Chrysostomo, Chairman of Enel Group; and David Griffin, founder and CEO of Sun Cable. Jess, take it away.
Thank you to the B20 for this opportunity to moderate this very important conversation here today in the beautiful island of Bali. I'm Jessica, the Managing Director of Eco Business. We're Asia Pacific's largest media and business intelligence platform dedicated to sustainable development, and I'm delighted to be your moderator today. Now, it's clear that we are in the midst of an unprecedented era in which major forces are driving many systemic changes across our global economy. And nowhere is this more evident than in the energy transition that's currently underway. But while we are facing a climate crisis, countries are still grappling with the effects of the global pandemic, and developing countries are still driving their development agenda to address poverty and energy security. We are faced with the challenge of requiring an incredibly large scale of change in a very narrow window of time. And this decade is when urgent and sharp reductions and decarbonization has to be made. Now, the B20 Task Force on Energy, Climate and Sustainability has made collaboration between developed and developing countries a central theme to the call to action. Gotong royong, as they say in Bahasa, and in Chinese we say 分工合作, which means that if you share the work, we can go faster and further. Indeed, this has also been the central theme at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we've been talking about loss and damage climate finance and the collaborations between developed and developing countries. But how will this work in practical terms? And how can we unlock blended finance, both public and private investments, into sustainability-driven infrastructure, technologies, and solutions? And how do we build this pipeline of investment-ready projects? I'm delighted to have an illustrious panel with me this afternoon. And you know, the chairwoman of B20, Shinta, mentioned this morning about the B20 communique recommending actions to the G20. I think this is a great opportunity for the voice of business leaders to be heard. So I'm going to just dive right into it, Taufik. Petronas, you know, the major Malaysia state energy giant, has been increasingly investing into renewable and clean energy. But the energy transition is not happening fast enough, and also at different pace in parts of the region. And sometimes it feels like it's one step forward, two steps back. And of course, we also have a very tough macroeconomic environment complicated by the war in Europe. What are your views around the energy transition that's happening in Asia right now vis-a-vis the world?
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for having me. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum in B20 for extending this honor to us. And I'm proud to be here with such distinguished colleagues. Yes, we're Malaysia's national oil company. That is how we came to be. We were born out of an act of law, the Petroleum Development Act in 1974. But as we grew and as we sought to solve issues for communities beyond just providing them oil and gas, perhaps the question at hand needs to be refined. There has often been a question posed to the oil and gas industry, which is almost an ultimatum. It's a pivot or perish. I would surmise in today's world, it is a question of actually, can you pivot responsibly or everyone will perish? This is an existential question for oil and gas players. For Petronas, embodying our purpose, we want to become a progressive energy and solutions partner, enriching lives for a sustainable future. You may find that purpose curious because the words oil and gas are now absent. We find ourselves in a situation where we are inherently, as an oil and gas company, dealing with a depleting resource. As we find this, we are also now offering, very much in a focused and concentrated fashion, after we made our commitment to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, other cleaner energy solutions at pace. And this is borne out by our commitment to carve out up to 20% of our capex to decarbonize and enter into green energy. But we also realize that the world does not have the system fully ready for this transition wholesale. You have heard the terminology of a just and responsible transition being bandied about. I think this is absolutely true in the context of Asia, and ASEAN in particular. Over 600 million population. We're approaching 6 trillion GDP by 2040. Seen to be an engine of growth, very severely dented after the pandemic. And here's another nugget of information. Many forget that energy prices are very deeply subsidized. In fact, organizations such as OECD and IEA have attested close to 700 billion worth of subsidies were disbursed in 2021. And as we come out, as you've mentioned, through a very delicate period where we're still recovering from the pandemic has served to widen the gap between developed and emerging even further. This has thrown a huge spanner in the works. If in the immediate near term, the issue to tackle is energy security, oil and gas players, energy providers should be working together. It should not be a conversation where one or the other is excluded, because we're all part of a larger question in serving the energy needs of a world that wants to grow again. Of course, the events of February this year have thrown a huge curveball, given the unfortunate incursion of Russia into Ukraine. That removed 155 BCM of gas from Europe. We had 40% out of the question immediately, out of the equation. And I think my compatriots will probably comment there, the imbalance is not something that you can easily correct, which is why the transition, if I go back to that phrase of being just and responsible, means we need to take account of stakeholders everywhere in the world with their own idiosyncrasies, different starting points, and different cost of living challenges. And I guess as an oil and gas player right now, evolving into a fuller energy superstore, I believe we all have a shared responsibility.
Thanks very much, Taufik. Many important points raised there. In fact, this just transition is a key point in the policy paper, and we've also seen that there are communities in which jobs are lost, and this just transition where you're upskilling workers to take on new jobs is very important. I'm going to go to David, actually, because the Sun Cable project is one of the most ambitious solar projects in this region. Can you share a little bit more about that and tell us about your challenges of getting this off the ground, and what is your outlook on the region?
Thanks, Jessica. So Sun Cable's marquee project is the Australia-Asia Power Link. And yes, it is the biggest in the region. It's also the biggest in the world in terms of new renewable energy infrastructure. We are developing an 18 gigawatt solar farm, about 40 gigawatt hours of storage to enable 24/7 dispatch of 3 gigawatts of power from Northern Territory of Australia to Darwin and then on to Singapore. That will deliver up to 15% of Singapore's electricity demand. So it's a major undertaking. It is a first of a kind in terms of it being intercontinental transmission of electricity and the sheer scale of the generation involved. But importantly, it has to be a first of many. This region shares characteristics that is global. Where the renewable energy resources are tend to be remote from where the loads are. So we have to be able to capture those renewable energy resources in extremely large scale and transmit that energy over very long distances to where it's needed. So I guess the challenges that we're facing with that is that we're utilising technologies that already exist, but they've never been put together at this scale and in this particular configuration. So our biggest challenge is finding the way to optimise the design. If you consider it as a 5,000 kilometre long machine, and it's a machine that we have to repeat. We have to build this many, many times. And when you've got a machine that is that long, there are millions upon millions of potential design inputs. And so it's way beyond any human's capacity to do that. So we are relying a lot on artificial intelligence to help us with the design, to really optimise it. Because when you're in the multi-gigawatt scale renewable energy project game, and that's what is going to become the norm, you have to eke out, it is an opportunity to eke out small percentage gains that conventional, traditional solar or wind farm development in the hundreds of megawatts haven't been motivated to find. So you say what's the biggest challenge? It's really the biggest opportunity is to find all those things that you can do with gigawatt scale projects to improve efficiency and drive down cost so that you can repeat it time and time again.
Thank you very much, David. I think the project serves as inspiration to the region and the world in terms of what you can do when you have collaboration between countries. I want to come to Michelle now. You're a member of the B20 Indonesia Task Force for Finance and Infrastructure, and I've seen the policy paper. It's a solid one with many recommendations. Can you share your thoughts on what are the salient points that B20 leaders can take away, and what are some of the key roles that business can play in the context of finance and infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. And really glad to be here, and thanks for the very warm hospitality from our Indonesian friends. Well, the work of our task force has been essentially driven by the very basic consideration around the infrastructural gap between developed countries and developing countries. And the essential, I think, achievement of the task force has been to focus on the necessity to create finance products that will be supporting the projects which are needed in order to fill this infrastructural gap. So the point is, how should we structure in this product? You know, the blended finance, we have seen the ADB presentation, the keynote speech earlier, is definitely one of the solutions. And we should be associating the intervention of public finance or the intervention of the finance from multilateral development banks in the context of structured finance instruments so that we can leverage on public fund to have the support we need to have private funds flowing into sustainable projects. So the focus is financial instruments on one side with a blend between public and private finance. On the other side, a pipeline of sustainable projects. That's, I think, is the key, in a way, achievement of our task force conceptually. Then I think the point is, how can we have the finance system supporting this growth? And here, if you look at the numbers, I don't think we are going with the right pace, with the right speed. The finance system is still behind. There are a number of factors that could be enabling the finance support for developing green infrastructures, sustainable projects, which has very much to do with the approach of looking at the climate risk as a risk from a financial point of view, therefore leading to making the financing more difficult, or whether the climate risk should be the driver towards giving financial support to a sustainable strategy, i.e. a strategy that will be against the climate change and therefore will be minimizing on the long term the climate risk. This is, I think, where the finance system is stuck with in this very moment. So finding the balance between a proper risk approach from a financial point of view and a vision with respect to the fact that the credit should be flowing towards a sustainable project, I think is the key challenge we have in front of us today. Without this, I don't think the transition will be going with the right speed, with the right pace.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for putting the focus squarely on the role of finance. And the investment minister had said previously that only a fifth of investments, clean energy investments, are going to developing markets, where actually the developing markets are growing the fastest. So thank you for those perspectives, and I'll come back to that. Coming to Radoslaw, you operate in a region where it's being heavily impacted by the energy crisis and the Russia-Ukraine war playing out. And it's also a very tough macroeconomic environment that we're seeing, with the markets reaching huge volatility and with the cost of living crisis as well. How is your organization approaching this very tough environment and continuing to drive energy stability as well as sustainable investments?
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, indeed, we are facing a lot of challenges in the European Union right now, of course, because of the conflict or war in Ukraine, because of the pandemic situation as well. We have huge problems with coal and gas supplies, but it doesn't mean that we should stop or slow with energy transition in the European Union. On the contrary, in my opinion, we should even accelerate the energy transition, because energy transition is kind of independency from external sources. It's very important in the European Union, which is very much dependent on coal and gas from Russia and from the East. So, of course, we have a lot of challenges in terms of financing, regulations, and involvement of commercial companies in this new situation. Because sustainability means right now in the European Union also security, because we are facing some situations which we thought never can happen, like attacks on critical infrastructure. What happened a few weeks ago on the Baltic Sea, the gas pipeline has been exploded. So we have to include in our power balance some external situation which may happen in the future. So in order to accelerate energy transition, we have to properly define what does it mean to decarbonize industry. Decarbonize doesn't mean that we have to shut down all the mines or all coal units, especially in the countries like Poland, which is heavily dependent on coal. in our engine, by the way, we are in as a Poland, we are in a pretty much the same situation like Indonesia, which is also heavily dependent on coal. In Poland, 70% means energy comes from coal. So what we are trying to do in Poland and in European Union is to manage this transition period. We want to invest to retrofit coal units, not to shut them down, keep them not as a base, but use them only in the peak time, because in that way we can improve efficiency, we can reduce significantly pollutions, and we can support renewables at that way. And what is the role of commercial companies like my company, for example? We have to properly cooperate with regulator, with the government, because energy sector is heavily dependent on regulations, European regulations, local regulations, and we know that investments in energy sector require a lot of capex spendings. The profit return is even more than 10 years in some particular situations. However, energy sector is one of the most innovative sectors. So I'm not afraid of perspective of the commercial side of energy sector, but we need good communication in terms of incentives, regulations like capacity market in some cases, and others. So we need to promote completely new sources of renewables, like small modular reactors, which is very promising technology. So technology is coming, but we need access to financing. We need tailor-made financial instruments like guarantees, insurances, and many like this. So it's a very complex situation because we have to reorganize the whole industry. So this is exactly what we are trying to do in the European Union, facing the completely new situations. So apart from nuclear energy, like modular nuclear energy, we've been trying to explore hybrid renewables to combine wind and sun energy together with energy storaging systems, which is probably one of the most promising technologies, which is going to be kind of breakthrough probably if it's going to happen in the large scale. We've been trying to promote very efficient way how to operate existing coal units, just to significantly expand efficiency. So there are a lot of technologies which are coming. If we properly communicate with regulators, governments, I'm sure that we can manage those challenges in terms of energy transition.
Thank you very much. I think there's a lot to unpack there, and the complexity of this transition really is underscored by the challenges that you mentioned. And just a follow-up question, perhaps, we are seeing climate protests in Sharm el-Sheikh, from the youth all kind of rallying for the acceleration of this energy transition to happen. But at the same time, we have to keep the lights on. There's energy security issues. How do we actually help to communicate the nuances of this complex transition, and how do you think we can accelerate that even with all these challenges? Perhaps I get Taufik to respond, because Petronas, you contribute a huge amount of money to the state budget, for example, and I'm sure that you must face quite a lot of these challenges.
Look, I think the world has to acknowledge that the immediate challenge is to address emissions. I think the world's economic growth and the need for energy is very difficult to divorce. Therefore, as you deal with this, even as we move on to efficiencies and move on to renewables, there is going to be a transition period. And this is where we have to be responsible in executing this transition. You mentioned Petronas role. I think there are many other NOCs who are also probably carrying catalytic responsibility. Within our own parameters, of course, or parameters of our employment, we have about 50,000 employees. But there are 150,000 people working in 4,000 vendors and service providers. So there's an entire ecosystem and the multiplier effect, and I'm sure my colleagues from Pertamina, other national oil corporations such as Ecopetrol, will all see this similarity, that there's an expectation that this activity will be spurred. That's one dimension at a company level. At a country level, as I mentioned earlier, there is still a dependency of almost 700 billion of energy subsidies. What's the incentive for these people to switch to renewables? This is where I think I would like to commend all my fellow panelists. There is a clear need. There is a clear need for policy coherence and address this as a transition rather than a revolution. If you do it as a revolution irresponsibly, you will get social unrest. I'm just looking at the clock on these displays here, Jessica. I don't want to intrude into the comments of my other panel members. There is a pathway. Everybody has a different pathway. The B20 is an extremely useful platform to be able to help people shape, accelerate each other's pathways if learnings and if that finance can be unleashed. Unfortunately, last comment, because unfortunately it was brought up by Michelle earlier, we need to understand this finance should have ESG as an outcome rather than a hurdle. If you impose it as a hurdle, it will have the absolute opposite effect of promoting energy transition. The exact proportions that you are seeing today, only a fifth of that development happening in emerging economies, will repeat itself, and by that time, the shared atmosphere will suffer.
Thank you, Taufik. I'm being told that we need to wrap up this panel, so just one rapid-fire question to wrap up the panel and any final thoughts. If you had a magic wand and you could change one thing that will help to accelerate investments into sustainability-driven ventures, what would it be? Michelle?
Well, I would cancel the word but when we talk about the energy transition. Energy transition, but we need to be responsible. No, I think energy transition and we need to act. That's, I think, is where in this but, where where we can find the sand in the box of the energy transition. I think we can do, if not a revolution, something very similar to a revolution. And I think altogether, the finance system, oil and gas companies, utilities, energy companies should be working towards this objective. I'm sure that we have resources, public and private, to support a just transition. It's purely a matter of whether we want it or not. I don't think we really want it if we continue to keep the but between the energy transition and all the issues that we are able to tackle globally.
Very well said. David?
Manufacturing capability and capacity. When we look at the projects we're developing and what our colleagues are developing, every component is in short supply, everything. And the scale of the energy transition, I think, is still very poorly understood. It is far bigger than anything in human history. We need more manufacturing capacity, and we need it close to where those projects are rolling out. So for us, we need to see a lot more manufacturing capacity of everything in the region.
Thank you. Radoslav?
Very shortly, I would give up with gas as a temporary source of energy in the scale as was predicted. I would rely more on innovations and especially in renewables. We have to accelerate renewables.
Thank you. Taufik, you have one last thing?
Policy coherence, and I'll stop it there. This is the B20. They know what they're talking about.
Wonderful. On that note, thank you so much. Thank my panelists for such an interesting discussion. I think the organizers want us to be able to see that sunset. So really pleased to be able to host this conversation with you all. Thank you.
Jessica Chim, thank you so much for moderating this session, and also to our speakers, Radoslav Domalski-Lebetsky, CEO of Ravaco, Datuk Tengku Muhammad Taufik, President, Group Chief Executive Officer of Petronas, Michelle Crisostomo, Chairman of Enel Group, and also David Griffin, founder and CEO of Sun Cable. And there are many insights that we gained from the previous discussion, but it's really interesting what Datuk Taufik has mentioned, that in November 2021, Petronas announced its aspiration to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2050. And with this target in place, Petronas is allocating 20% of its capital expenditure for decarbonization projects and expansion into cleaner energy solutions from 2022 to 2026. And also it's really interesting what Michel Chrysostomo, chairman of Enel Group, also pointed out, that we're not at the right pace on realizing net zero emission. We need to run faster. I think that echoes to our situation today. And I found a very interesting study on Enel.com, that a recent study by the Enel Foundation and the European House, Ambo-Rossetti, shows that immediately accelerating investment in decarbonization will actually cost less and will have significant positive impacts on the economy, the population, and the environment. This is a very intriguing research that you can check on Enel.com, that a recent study by the Enel Foundation and the European House, Ambo-Rossetti, shows that immediately accelerating investment in decarbonization will actually cost less and will have a significant positive impacts on the economy, the population, as well as the environment. And the study also outlines that a more decisive change of pace concerning decarbonization would require fewer resources compared with a less ambitious approach. And David Griffin also pointed out many interesting facts, but I'd like to point this, that Sun Cable plans to supply solar power to Australia, to Singapore, and eventually to Indonesia through the world's longest subsea high voltage cable linked to a 17 to 20 gigawatt solar farm, as well as energy storage facility of up to 42 gigawatt hour in Australia's Northern Territory. That was an insightful session moderated by Jessica Chim, and we gained new insights and also information that we hope will be beneficial for you all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move to the next session, starting with a keynote address to set as a foundation for our next panel discussion. I would now like to invite the Group CEO of Standard Chartered Bank to deliver his remarks on the topic of creating a sustainable, resilient economy through innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bill Winters.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'd like to offer my thanks up front to the B20 organizing group for pulling together such a fantastic set of events, and of course pulling us all into this wonderful venue. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I wanted to take just a couple of minutes up front to cover three topics. The first is going to be the role that technology is playing and can play in our transition to a low-carbon economy. Second is talk a little bit about how we're going to fund this transition, because it's clear that we're lacking some of the money. And third is the interplay between the financial services sector and government. So the various roles that we can play to help government get to the point where we can accomplish these very lofty ambitions that we've all set ourselves. Now first, let's just start with technology. The probably key point to keep in mind is that 30% of the technology that we need to affect this transition to a low carbon economy doesn't exist today. It is as yet undiscovered. So we know that there are many technologies that work, but that are uneconomic. There are many more technologies that we can only imagine today. In order to get that technology into our operating lives, we're going to have to take some pretty dramatic steps, and we're going to have to scale them quickly. So we're all very familiar with the example of solar panels, PV cells, that reduced in cost by 95% over 30 years, by 85% over just 10 years. More or less the same with lithium-ion batteries. That's good news. The bad news is it took 30 years to get that 95% reduction, and we don't have 30 years. So we've got to take these technologies that are proven, we know that they work, and catalyze the scaling of those technologies, which of course will require some combination of subsidization from somewhere. Where could that subsidy come from? Two generic sources, public sector and private sector, and that will be a recurring theme in my comments. The public sector has a role to play, but the primary role has to be to leverage the public sector into the private sector, or to lever the private sector into the game, because that's where the bulk of the money is. And we know at this age of severe restrictions in government funding that bringing the private sector to bear is key. So we'll talk a little bit about how that can happen in just a moment. When we look at transition financing, we know that businesses in developed markets have a pretty clear line of sight on where they're going to get the money for their transition finance. In Western Europe, if you have a renewable power project or a transition project for green steel, for example, there's a line of sight on probably 80 to 90% of the required financing for that project. If you're in sub-Saharan Africa, the number is less than 10%. So less than 10% of the funding that's required is visible, which means that it's not going to be done. So that transition in key developing markets will simply not happen at all. Without the help of the developed market economies and governments, the developing countries will not execute their transitions. Now, I was very encouraged by what I saw coming out of COP27, not in all the detail, but at a high level. In particular, looking at the JETP that's being organized with Indonesia, where there are many, of course, critical parts of that, including public sector funding, private sector funding, but very importantly, there's a recognition that without providing the right market mechanisms for the private sector to come in alongside the public sector, it will be difficult to get there. And the mechanisms that were put out by, in particular by John Kerry under his proposals for an ETA, but also very consistent with the Indonesian ETM, is one of using offsets, using the carbon offset market to monetize effectively the cost of decommissioning coal-fired power plants or other similar projects. Perhaps the same sorts of technologies can be applied to research to tie back to that scaling of technology question that is so vexing. Pretty clear to me that we need to do all of the above. We need to scale existing technologies. We need to develop new technologies. We need to protect the existing carbon sinks, so using offsets and other mechanisms to protect the rainforests and the other indigenous forests of the world. And we need to incentivize the creation of alternative power sources of the renewable variety. This can really only happen if we bring the public and private sectors together. We talk frequently about the role that the multilateral development banks are playing, the World Bank and others. I'm afraid to say that so far, the amount of financing that's been committed by these MDBs is a tiny fraction of what's needed. We're talking about billions of dollars when what's needed is trillions. As concerning to me is that the fact that for every $1 of MDB funding, it's only crowding in $1 of private sector funding. That kind of one-to-one leverage gets us nowhere. Let's think about something different. Let's think about reconstructing the way that MDB financing is delivered so that it's 15 times the size that's currently being delivered. How does that happen? Well, it happens when the developing countries that own the MDBs are increasing their shareholding, increasing capital. And then the second feature that I would recommend is that we get leverage not of 1-to-1, but of 15-to-1. How do you do that? The MDB money has got to be taking out the risky slice or a risky slice of the project. 15 times 15 begins to make a difference. I'm afraid 1 times 1 will not get us there. This is the challenge of our time. The tools are in place. The incentives are getting to be in place. The mechanisms are in place. We need to put the money to work in the right way. So with that, I will hand over to my esteemed panelists, and we'll carry on with this discussion. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Bill Winters, Group CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, creating a sustainable, resilient economy through innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at this is the last session of today's agenda, and this is going to be very interesting because it will touch on creating a sustainable, resilient economy through innovation. And for this discussion, the moderator would be Hans-Paul Bergner, Managing Director and Global Chair Emeritus of Boston Consulting Group. And the topic, once again, is creating a sustainable, resilient economy through innovation. And now I would like to invite all the speakers. We have Anderson Tanoto, Managing Director of RGE Group, John Morsey of Bloomberg Neff, Michelle Kurtika, COP24 President, Jennifer Westacott, Chief Executive, Business Council of Australia, Shobana Kamineni, Executive Vice Chairperson of Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, and Chow Yan, President Director of Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park. I would like to hand over the session to Hans-Paul Bergner, please.
Very good. Good afternoon, and thanks for staying for the very last panel session after a long day, and hopefully a day with lots of ideas and thoughts and food for thought for you. So creating a more sustainable and resilient economy through innovation is really key, obviously. And we have a large panel and lots of questions and lots of great examples, as we have seen in our discussion which we had beforehand. So I would like to jump right into it and start with John Moore, and ask him about, how do you see technology and innovation really creating opportunities for a more sustainable and resilient economy?
Thank you, Hans. And I think it is, it's essentially a technology transition that we're going to go through. There's $100 to $150 trillion over the next 30 years going to get invested in clean technology. So clean technology will be absolutely key. We call them Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 technologies. There are technologies that exist today that really need scaling. So the wind, solar, batteries, EVs, that really needs to scale. So that's mobilization. And then there's sort of Pillar 2 technologies which really need innovation. So CCS, hydrogen, those kinds of things. Actually, Bill said those are the things that are uneconomic today. So those are the things that really need investing in to bring down the technology costs. So I think that's, that's where that investment will go. The other thing I'd say in terms of resilience, the supply chains will just need to be designed such that we're not too dependent on any single place. We've seen in Europe with the dependence on gas, on Russia, just how painful that can be. So I think as these new industries are built, we need to just keep an eye on resiliency.
Very good.
And the final point I would just say is, it's not just about technology. Clearly, you need policy and you need finance to line up to support all of that technology. So those three important components. Thank you.
Very good. Joe, as the president of Virtue Dragon Nickel Company, you have some specific examples where you, through your innovation technology, you created a really more sustainable product, nickel product and steel.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I need to apologize to everyone because my English level is not as proficient as possible. For respect, I prefer to use Chinese, but luckily we have the translator. Yeah, let me start to answer the question. 我认为当前国际环境充满不确定性，这对全球经济和每个企业的韧性带来巨大挑战。我们应该清楚地看到，这个印尼盛产一种植物叫做棕榈树，它面对狂风暴雨，它始终能够屹立不倒，不被折断。其主要原因就是因为棕榈树内部有坚强的韧性。
Very strong and resilient fibers. President Xi Jinping that the technology is the first of all, talent is important, the most important. So let us understand that the technological innovation is a very important way to strengthen our enterprises. And through our understanding of the nickel Indonesia, using multiple technologies, we have greatly increased the utilization of resources on water, electricity, wind, and gas, greatly used them. We have also used new energy cars in our industrial parks, and that helped us to reduce the consumption of power in our industrial parks. These innovative measures can promote sustainable development. At the same time, it has also elevated our company's competitiveness. Thank you.
Jennifer, one of the, we all talk about innovation. Everybody builds on innovation, but what are the big obstacles, really to make innovation work? Will we really have the innovations, to make it work?
I think the biggest obstacle that we don't talk about enough is that the community rejects all of this. For many people in the community, globalization, technology is a frightening concept, and we have to make sure that sustainability is more than just about emissions reduction. It's got to be about the improvement of living standards. So off the back of my concern about the community's rejection is my concern about government responses. Governments make bad decisions, they retreat to nationalism, they reject supply chains, they stall energy transition, or they intervene in markets very unhelpfully. My fundamental concern, though, is that there is a lack of dynamism, particularly in the G7 economies, that is not equipped to manage this transition at the speed it needs to be managed. The technology change is so fundamental, so fast, geography, starting point won't matter anymore. Value will be created by the inventors, the risk takers, the inclusive societies. And I think there are two forces at work that don't get talked about enough. The first force is the rise of the consumer. The consumer will decide and dictate new business models. The consumer will be power generators, solar providers. They will disintermediate these big energy supply chains. And the second, of course, is the decarbonisation at the company level and the country level. And I always say that needs to get into the DNA of companies and the soul of countries. All of this, I think, requires the B20 and the G20 to give a renewed focus on coordinating for impact that dynamism. And that's a fundamental role here over the next couple of days. The mobility of labour, the skilling of people for the transition, for task change, for industry change, the reimagination of multilateralism and including this transition in multilateral agreements, the fast-tracking of new business models and removing the friction to business model creation and investment, removing the barriers to investment, huge investment in R&D, unleashing intellectual capability, a renewed effort on productivity and wages. If this transition comes with a decade of wage stagnation, it will be rejected by the community. Therefore, we need to unleash productivity and wage rises for people across the globe. And that requires predictability of market structures, particularly in energy, because fundamentally this has got to be done by the private sector. And I'm concerned that we do not have the dynamism that's going to unleash the private sector innovation and investment that's going to get this transition done in a way that lifts the living standards of all people.
Very good. Michael, you have been the president of COP24, and we are now at COP27. How optimistic are you about progress, and what do you see as the key obstacles to really moving forward, both in terms of innovation, but of course then also creating a more sustainable and resilient economy around the world?
Thank you very much. Well, I'm optimistic by nature, so if you ask this question, following what Jennifer just said, she spoke the language of COP24, of Katowice, just transition. So how to get our societies from fossil fuel-based economies to new clean tech economy. This is what we call a gradual shift, and we need to have people at the heart of this shift. And this was symbolically what happened in Katowice. That's a very industrial region in Poland, 4 million people employed in the mining industry, and right now we have more people working for IT than for mining. That's what we call a gradual change. So what I'm proud of and what I'm happy that we have right now a set of rules governing global climate policy. We have Paris Agreement, we have Katowice rulebook. But if you ask me where I'm pessimistic, I have been president of COP, I have presided over ministerial meeting of Food and Agriculture Organization, International Energy Organizations, and many others. And let me share you with one very pessimist thing. We will not make the change by doing these big messes. And especially now in the fragmented world. We have COVID and southern countries are disillusioned about the ability of northern countries to provide them with finance. We have war by Russia in Ukraine, and we have tectonic waves all over the world in terms of energy prices, gas prices, inflation, food insecurity, water problems. We have environmental and climate crisis. So where is the solution? And this is my deep belief that we need to change the way we move forward on this path. First of all, it's go from global negotiations to local implementation. It's exactly what has been just said. We need to make sure that local bottom-up dynamics are created among communities so that communities become more resilient, they can produce their own energy, they can produce their own food, they can have water savings. So we need to equip them with technologies. And that would be my last point, a call for my colleagues in G20, and that could be also a call by B20 community to G20. We need to think of different new ways of international solidarity. It will be extremely complicated to mobilize new finance out of developing countries. And I have just come back from Sharm el-Sheikh from COP27. But we need technology. So let's create a global fund of technological solidarity. Let's put intellectual properties inside this fund and let's share them in a controlled manner so that it allows developing countries to benefit fully from this shift to clean technologies. This is the only practical way that we can advance in a given circumstances. So I'm optimist by nature, and I believe that this call will be heard and that will be having lots of fruits in the coming months.
Good. Shobana, you heard Michael mentioning the pandemic, and so as the chairperson of Apollo Hospitals, how do you see innovation really shaping not just your industry but the whole economy, given that you are so closely involved in the healthcare sector, and how can we make all our economies more resilient by really upgrading the activities in the healthcare sector?
When India went into lockdown March 22nd, 2020, in our hospitals we have 10,000 beds and more than 7,000 doctors had no access to their patients. Fortunately, 1 month before that we had launched our digital app. So within 45 days we brought 3,000 doctors online to do teleconsults. And I think this was the live example of what innovation and technology could actually serve for the greater good. And I think from there, the story is just how ubiquitous that healthcare, technology is for healthcare and innovation is for healthcare. And we continue to push that boundary, not just India, but I think all over the world. Even the smallest of countries have realized that, a couple of things. If they want to have greater access for their people, you need to bring in healthcare technology, whether it's through video consult in the highest mountain, or to be able to deliver drugs through drones. Or there's so many use cases now available that really make it live. But the most important thing I think we have to understand, and this is the battle of our times, or this is the challenge of our times, that innovation will come. And innovation will get funded, and there will be enough people at governments and private sector who will bring this together to collaborate and bring vaccines to the world at the time that we needed it most. But the real two things that bother us in our times that we have to keep thinking about is ethics. We can push the boundary of any one of these, but have we started questioning whether we should change the entire DNA of the human, or how humanity will look, or everything that we look at, what are the second order consequences? So I think ethics, especially in forums like this, has to play a serious role. And the next thing I talk about is equity. What is the point in having $1 million cure if only 0.01% of humanity can access it? So I think equity is super important, and equity comes from, not making a difference between the color of your skin or your gender or where you live. So I think more and more of healthcare must talk, and across the board, whether it's sustainability or any other field of business, we have to start engaging and asking ourselves these questions.
Very good. Anderson, last but not least, I want to, in this first round of questions, I want to, hear from you about the key learnings, on, using innovation, pushing innovation, the obstacles, but also, I think the success stories.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm probably the only Indonesian company amongst this panelists, so I can bring a little bit of insights how very practical things that we've done in the last 3 or 4 years actually have materialized in driving sustainability. Take, for example, just now, I think Mr. Bill Winters mentioned that solar panel, in terms of CapEx costs, has dropped over 80%. So companies like us, we generate most of our energy from renewable sources because we're in the cellulose pulp business. But there's still 10% of our energy from fossil fuel. And what we did was, in 2020, we invested in our first megawatt of solar panel. And the payback at that point of time was 11 years. But because CapEx continued to drop in terms of solar panels, coal prices go up, so fossil fuel price go up. Our payback right now is less than 6.5 years, and we expanded our solar panel from 1 megawatt to 11 megawatt and 25 megawatt next year and 50 megawatt by 2025. My point being is, you don't need crazy innovation to actually implement sustainability. Take practical solutions that are already in existence, and private sectors like us, even Indonesia, this is not Europe, can actually make a big difference. In doing so, we're able to reduce our emissions over 5% in terms of our fossil fuel consumption. So these are very pragmatic solutions, and a lot of other companies in Indonesia are doing. And if we can do it in Indonesia, I think many other countries in the whole of ASEAN can also do it. That's first. Second, of course, Indonesia is always a big question of forest. The threat of deforestation, land use change, etc. We're also in the plantation business. Actually, in COP21 in Paris 7 years ago, we pledged something called 1 for 1. So 1 hectare of plantation, but every hectare of plantation, we have 1 hectare of conservation. So private sectors actually have a huge role to play in nature-based solutions to reduce emissions. So in that process, we have about 150,000 hectares of restoration project in the beautiful province of Riau. And last year, it went through a Vera carbon audit, actually. It's one of the largest carbon projects registered, over 350 million tons of avoided emissions for 56 years. My point being is, you don't need crazy innovation. Take proven technologies, existing framework. It's not perfect, but not doing anything is not a solution.
Thank you very much, Anderson. I would like to, have a second round of questions, to all of you, and in its two-pronged question, what do you see as the role of B20, in really helping innovation and technology, and more generally, in creating a more sustainable and resilient economy? And at the same time, what are specific actions that you want us to take today? Yeah, Jennifer, maybe I start with you.
I think the first thing is to coordinate for impact, because I think I'm concerned about this bifurcation and this decoupling process. If we don't have the rising tide lifting all boats, to use that expression, I think we'll get that community pushback that I talked about. And so coordinate that drive for dynamism, which we see in Asian economies, but we're not seeing it so much in the G7 economies. I think act in tandem with the G20 to unleash the power of the private sector, because it still is the greatest force for innovation and technology, but drive greater accountability with the G20. I've gone through all the communiques in the last 10 years, and I challenged someone else to do the table I did a couple of days ago, just to check how many actions have actually been done at a global scale, and there's not many that fit into that category. So a focus on action. I think one action that we could take today that I think is really important is the point about morality and ethics. So technology and innovation are going to bring up a whole new construct around what is moral-driven growth, what is morality-driven growth, what is ethically delivered technology, whether it's cyber, whether it's healthcare, whether it's decarbonisation. The issue, I think, is for this B20 and perhaps for the B20 in India to really focus on what that ethical framework looks like. Because if we do not do this, we'll find ourselves at the next G20 still talking about that community rejection, that community divide, which is pushing against governments taking the structural actions they have to take to get this done.
Thank you. Maybe, John, I can ask you about, what can B20 do, and also what would you specifically, engage on immediately, if you were to make it work?
Sure. I mean, I think the first thing I would say is focus on standards and frameworks. This is a very complicated transition, and in order to have productive discussions, we need to have standards and frameworks where we can discuss clearly. So I think there's a lot of initiatives going on right now. I know GFANZ is just one in the financial world. There are other initiatives. So I think just being clear on what the correct standards or the best effective standards today are, and making sure that everybody has some involvement and understanding of that would go a long way. And then I think the second thing would be around sort of silo busting between government, company, finance, and civil society. Because as a platform, I think we need all of those to come together to have effective change.
Very good. Joe, I understand that this is the first time you are at the B20. So how do you see, the B20 helping to create a more resilient and sustainable economy? And what actions would you like to see coming from the B20 here in Bali?
Sustainability, I don't think we should set one set of standards. It should be tailored according to the country, according to the sector, to define the standards. But the only standard must be total participation. It is not just a participation of the government leaders or the level management only. If the participation is only confined to the high level, then the policy cannot continue to be implemented. For example, in our enterprise, we produce stainless steel, and our products have extended the lifespan of the steel by 3 to 5 times. So I think the product itself is a good continuation. In addition, how do we promote the sustainability of our enterprises? First, must let everyone feel that there is some benefit for them. We have a very large organization, and the cultural standard of our employees may not be so high. So a few years ago, we talked about innovative approach to develop our area as a tourist resort in the industrial park. So we want our employees to have a sense of pride and to have society supervise what we do. So if we can maintain a united outlook, so this environmental concept can be implemented successfully and effectively in our enterprises. So we use IT, we use information so that we can improve our resource utilization. We use solar we use new energy vehicles so that we can achieve certain green standards. But the successful implementation of every measure is a challenge. To the employees, it is a new challenge. So I believe to promote sustainability, the first step and the most important step is to unite the thinking pattern of all.
Shobana, your take. You know, you've already mentioned, you know, ethics, morality as key steps, but, you know, very concrete things that we should be doing now and maybe which the B20 can really start, you know, getting done.
Yeah, I think that the reason for us in business to come to forums like this is because there's really not just a global connection, but this is really a forum where governments and business is talking to each other. So one of the best examples I can give is in our country, the Unified Payments Institution. So when they started that, nobody in the world believed that you could have that, you know, it was so disruptive because it took away the entire layer and said of payments. And so we just use a number and it can be bank to B2C, B2B, anywhere and everywhere. It's ubiquitous and it's just a federated model, and it took down so many established, entrenched, you know, it took away the, really reimagined, it allowed so many small businesses to come in, and I think that inclusiveness that it created, the transparency it created, is something that now what India can do is help so many parts of the world to say, let us help you open up. And I think that is where governments and business will start to collaborate to see what it is we can do for the greater good, to be able to take some of these down to, you know, because most of us in G20 have very large populations. And we also have a very K-shaped economy, that they're the very rich and then they're struggling. And in that, we have to find innovations that can go deeper and strengthen the overall economy. And that's where I would stop of saying that the more innovations we have. So I particularly like the themes that Indonesia took. And as we move in India towards taking over the presidency, one of the first things we did is we said, let's not disrupt too much of what those themes are, because the agenda is not finished. And I think this continuity of agenda is very important also.
Very good, thank you. Anderson, what's your take? How would you like to push us all forward?
I have the most difficult job because everyone has had such good recommendations. But again, I think I'm 100% aligned with everyone. Standards, framework, and let the market do itself, right? So I hope one thing that we can take away from B20 is solidifying the carbon market. Very important topic for Indonesia. How can we put a value on a standing natural forest? This is always a big question mark. And once the carbon market is established, we can do that in Indonesia and in many other parts of the world. So a lot of has been said. So standards, frameworks, and let the market do itself. And specifically for one takeaway, if we can really drive the carbon market agenda, it'll be a fantastic takeaway out of this B20. So.
Very good. Michael, you know, you have been there at many these big meetings, you know, some optimism, you know, also some pessimism that you expressed earlier. What would you like us to do going from here?
I think that it would be great if we are able to realize all the ideas that you just proposed. But my experience from big international meetings, especially when you start to have many partners and with divergent views sometimes on different subjects, let's not expect a silver bullet neither. I mean, it would be great to have all of this, but what I think at least that we could expect out of G20, so the most powerful economies in the world, might agree on values that we want to bring forward in terms of where we want humanity, because when we are driving the most populous and the most powerful economies of the world, in fact, we are sometimes setting the direction for the world. And my guess is that there is right now a questioning of global liberal order, and there are many different conflicting ideas and values about, so how should this new world look like? And if we are able to put at the center of this new world order values such as prosperity based on cooperation, dialogue for peace, respect for the planet, respect for people, then we will be winning. And if G20 can show the way in terms of values to be followed, then we will all win.
Very good. Let me maybe, in conclusion, emphasize that, even though there were some words of skepticism, I think there is good reasons to be optimistic. At the Boston Consulting Group, we've worked with many countries and even cities, big companies and medium-sized companies in developed markets, but also in emerging markets, defining their path to net zero over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And as Bill Winters has mentioned earlier, many of the innovations that we are also hoping for are not yet fully developed. There is a good path for countries, for cities, for companies, and I think for all of us to move forward. But of course it requires enormous efforts. It requires trying out many things, experimenting, innovation, even accepting there will be setbacks. There will be years when we will not make progress, but I think it really requires all our efforts, very much as Joe has emphasized and also Shobana, really mobilizing everybody, because everybody, all of us and all of the people out there can make a contribution, have to make a contribution, and if we all do that, we'll make it work. So let's make it work and enjoy the rest of the time here in Bali, the reception tonight, and actually many of the discussions tomorrow, and work together and exchange ideas. Together we'll make it work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Berkner and the esteemed speakers, and thank you, Mr. Berkner, for the summary of the discussion, and I believe that the audience can gain benefits, new insights, and also new inspiration from the dialogue that you moderated. And thank you so much once again for your summary. That makes my life easier, actually. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are a few points that we also can gain from the discussion from Anderson Tanoto, for example, that you don't need crazy innovations to achieve sustainable energy, but use what's available, proven technology, existing framework. Doing nothing is not a solution. And also from Mikhail Kurtika, that he's optimistic about the net zero emission by 2050 by performing gradual shift for people to use renewable energy instead of fossil fuel. And last but not least, we need to change the way we move forward from global negotiation to local implementation. And communities become more resilient and they can produce their own energy and also food. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, today we have listened to so many thoughtful discussions and heard intriguing insights from all of our esteemed speakers. And on behalf of the committee, we would like to thank all of our guests and also speakers for attending the first day of the B20 Summit. And we have such a wonderful dialogue and sessions, didn't we? And please allow me to conclude today's agenda by first thanking to all of our sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energy Tbk, Sinarmas, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Indonesia Financial Group or IFG, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Sawit Sumber Mas Sarana Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park. And would also thank Adaro Indonesia, Jarum Foundation, and PT Grab Teknologi Indonesia. Before officially closing today's agenda, I would like to quickly share some information for delegates who are invited to the B20 reception dinner later tonight. That the shuttle bus, which goes directly to Renaissance Hotel where the dinner takes place, will depart from the East Lobby after this. So it will depart, the shuttle bus will depart from the East Lobby after this. And you can find the East Lobby close to where the red carpet and the photo wall is situated. And as a reminder for you, the B20 reception dinner is by invitation event only. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me, Rory Ashari, to host today's agenda. And we will see you tomorrow at the second day of the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022, Advancing Innovative, Inclusive, and Collaborative Growth. I'm Rory Ashari once again signing out. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.